A thing that is very key about alignment is that when it comes to alignment, understand that alignment is not just talk. Okay. Alignment is not just let me just let me just talk fancy, and also when you do experience alignment, it's not there for you to, how do I say it, to for you to to kind of be shocked and surprised by it. It's for you to keep and continuing to align, however it may be that you align. Because because the number one thing that is key, okay, about alignment, all right, is that you have to keep shit close to your chest. All right. You have to keep shit close to your chest. Now, today, I sat down and I had said something today. Oh, Chris Brown deactivated his. He don't give a shit. Um, I had to sit down and I had an experience today. And I was like, well, I already said it, so I can just not say it all the way. I just didn't say it all the way, but I did say it to somebody. But I didn't say it all the way and kind of just went on and kind of like went on. Now, what am I saying? You have to have a mindfulness, self control, and a knowing about your alignments and what comes into your life and why it comes into your life the way that it comes into your life. And when you have an understanding of why it comes into your life the way that it comes into your life, that's all that you need to have for your understanding. Okay? Because one thing I have noticed is sometimes we run across these experiences and we run across the experiences that we do because it's a matter of a test. And I think that it's a major test that we are given, right? And I'm like, it's like, are you going to run and tell everybody what you've been given? Or are you going to take what you've been given and make what you've been given applicable to your life, right? And I realized it's like, are you going to run and blab it to everybody? Or are you going to take what you're given and apply it to your life? Or just keep collecting what it is that you're given? Holding on to an alignment, not telling anyone, keeping it to yourself until it's completed, or just keeping it to yourself. holds that alignment. Okay. It keeps that flow, it keeps that momentum. That's what it does when you hold on to an alignment. When you take a realization of the energy that it took you to even get to that alignment of whatever it is that you were doing, you would appreciate it so much more that you will hold it close to your chest. Now, you know how I do. I like to play a video, let it play, and touch on some things from what I've heard. I don't even know what the hell played when I fell asleep. I'm so good for doing that shit. That's why what I need to do, uh, I need to really start making a playlist. I need to start, you know, an absolute um make a playlist. That way it won't be so much craziness when it comes to that. Okay. Um, what else I want to say? Why is it called alignment? Why is the word alignment? Um, okay. Why is it called alignment? The reason why it's called alignment is because what first of all the word alignment, right? And, and first of all the word align, right? Right? Because you align to that which is you. You align to that which is already seeking you. Like what you seek seeks you is what it says, right? And as I always tell you, when you make playlists of your success studies, and I know they tell you to find multiple people, but I say who you resonate with. It's only two that I resonate with. And I told you their names. And I still only resonate with those two people. And then I'll listen to who those people resonate with. And if I feel like it, I'll go listen to them. Like, and then so on. For me to sit here and even play a quantum leaping video, to play success stories and show you my playlist, this is me bringing you a part of my world. This is being me bringing you a part of my manifesting and creation world. This is me quantum leaping and taking you along with me. I had a situation today, I'll be transparent, where I was like, I finally just sent a text with somebody, and I was looking at this experience that I've been having lately since this situation has happened for my life. And I was like, hmm, this is interesting. This thing is interesting, right? To see people do this. Not that I've never known it or paid attention to it, but this is like interesting to me, right? And so then I got a text, and then from the text, I was like, uh, damn, okay, what just happened? What just happened to the person that I was texting like last week? Who was this? You know what I'm saying? Probably not even last week, probably about 2 days ago. Like, who was this? And I realized the reason why it was happening that way is because of the frequency, right? Because of the transformation and the changes. And because of the energy I started to have as well, that things was happening for me this way. And I was like, I do it. I said if I had a different type of energy in this moment, I knew that this thing wouldn't have happened to me that was happening to me, but it was definitely happening to me, right? And so all these different things, right? Um, play a part in a lot of things. And so, yeah, let's get back to quantum leaping a little bit more. Okay.
There was a woman who disappeared from her ordinary life for 33 days. Not physically. She still went to work, answered emails, showed up to meetings. But energetically, she became invisible to her old patterns. She stopped explaining herself. She stopped performing her desires. She stopped broadcasting her needs to anyone who would listen. And something extraordinary happened. On day 34, without a single conversation about what she wanted, without posting a vision board, without telling the universe her plans, the life she had dreamed of for a decade began materializing around her. The job offer that seemed impossible, the relationship that felt too good to be true, the creative breakthrough that had eluded her for years. All arriving not because she had manifested harder, but because she had finally learned to speak in whispers. You see, what this woman discovered is the most closely guarded secret in the quantum field. The field doesn't respond to your announcements. It doesn't care about your declarations. It doesn't even hear your prayers. The quantum field only responds to the frequency you emit when you think no one, not even you, is paying attention.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view. With built-in AI.
This is the paradox that destroys most people's ability to create lasting change. They're shouting their desires into a universe that only listens to secrets. They're broadcasting their intentions to a field that only responds to what you would never tell another soul. Because here's what no one wants you to understand. The moment you speak your manifestation out loud, you've already contaminated its frequency. In quantum mechanics, this phenomenon is called the observer effect. The very act of observing a quantum particle changes its behavior. But they're shouting their desires into a universe that only listens to secrets. They're broadcasting their intentions to a field that only responds to what you would never tell another soul. Because here's what no one wants you to understand. The moment you speak your manifestation out loud, you've already contaminated its frequency. In quantum mechanics, this phenomenon is called the observer effect. The very act of observing a quantum particle changes its behavior. But what they don't teach you is that this same principle governs your entire reality. The moment you observe your own manifestation, the moment you watch it, track it, measure it, or share it, you collapse its wave function into limitation. The woman who vanished energetically understood something profound. She realized that her constant talking about what she wanted was actually a form of doubt disguised as intention. Every time she explained her dreams, she was unconsciously broadcasting, "This hasn't happened yet." Every time she shared her vision, she was transmitting, "I'm still separate from this." Every time she performed her spirituality, she was signaling, "I'm trying to become something I'm not." But when she learned to hold her desires in sacred silence, something shifted. Her energy stopped leaking. Her frequency stopped fragmenting. Her signal became clean, coherent, and undeniable. Because the quantum field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to what you are. And what you are is only pure when no one else is watching. This is why your most powerful manifestations happen in the spaces between your intentions. In the moments when you've forgotten you're trying to create anything at all. When you're simply existing as the version of yourself who already has what you've been seeking. Not performing it, not proving it. Just being it. Quietly, secretly, completely. If this resonates with something deep inside you, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Your engagement sends a signal to the field that you're ready for more of this frequency. The field speaks in frequencies, not words. And the purest frequency you can emit is the one that needs no audience, seeks no validation, requires no external confirmation. It's the frequency of being so aligned with your truth that you couldn't care less who knows about it. That's when everything begins to shift. But here's where most people get trapped. They mistake silence for inaction. They think keeping their desires secret means doing nothing about them. This couldn't be further from the truth. The woman who learned to whisper to the universe was more active than she had ever been. But her actions came from alignment, not anxiety. From knowing, not needing. From certainty, not seeking. This is what we're going to explore today. The invisible frequency that governs everything you experience. The secret signal that determines whether your reality expands or contracts. And most importantly, how to become someone who naturally emits the frequency that the quantum field cannot ignore. Not through force or performance, but through the profound power of becoming unavailable to anything less than what you truly are. Because here's the truth that will change everything. You don't manifest what you want. You manifest what you are. And what you are is only revealed in the silence between your thoughts, the space between your breaths, the moments when you stop trying to be anything for anyone, including yourself. The quantum field has been waiting for you to stop talking and start being. Today, you learn how to listen to what it's been trying to tell you all along, in the language it understands, in the frequency you were born to speak, in the silence that changes everything. You've been living inside a frequency prison, and you don't even know it. Every morning, you wake up and immediately begin broadcasting to the world who you think you need to be. You check your phone and consume other people's realities. You look in the mirror and perform an identity that isn't even yours. You speak words that carry the vibration of doubt, lack, and separation. And then you wonder why the universe keeps reflecting back more of the same. But what if I told you that the quantum field has been trying to deliver your highest timeline for years, but your frequency keeps rejecting the delivery? What if everything you want is already here, waiting in the field of infinite possibilities? But your signal is so cluttered with external programming that you can't access what's already yours.
Wait, if you've taken Uber since 2019, you need to know about the overlooked settlement that's changing women's financial futures. Uber allegedly failed to properly screen drivers.
This is the harsh truth that most spiritual teachers won't tell you. Your thoughts aren't creating your reality. Your frequency is. And your frequency isn't determined by what you think about during meditation or what you write in your journal. Your frequency is determined by the unconscious signals you emit every moment of every day. The micro expressions that happen when no one is watching. The subtle energy you carry when you think no one can feel it. The quiet assumptions you make about yourself when you believe no one else is listening. In quantum biology, scientists have discovered that every cell in your body is both a transmitter and a receiver. You are literally a walking broadcasting station. constantly sending and receiving information to and from the quantum field. But here's what changes everything. Most people are broadcasting on frequencies they inherited from their family, their culture, their past experiences. They're not transmitting their authentic signal. They're repeating someone else's station. The woman who learned to disappear energetically made a crucial discovery. She realized that her authentic frequency could only be accessed in complete privacy. Not because it was shameful or secret, but because it was so pure, so specific to her unique essence, that any external input would distort its clarity. She learned that her true signal emerged only when she stopped performing for others and started listening to herself. This is why your most profound insights come in the shower, during walks, in those liminal moments between sleep and waking. Because that's when your performing mind goes offline and your authentic frequency can finally emerge. That's when you stop broadcasting what you think you should want and start receiving what you actually need. But the moment you try to capture that insight, to share it, to turn it into content for others, something happens. The pure signal gets filtered through your need for approval, your desire to be understood, your unconscious programming about what's acceptable or valuable. The frequency becomes distorted, and the quantum field can no longer recognize it as authentically yours. The quantum field doesn't respond to borrowed frequencies. It doesn't care about your carefully crafted affirmations if they're based on what you think you should want, rather than what your soul actually desires. It doesn't hear your prayers if they're performed for others, rather than felt for yourself. The field only responds to signals that are completely, authentically, undeniably you. This is why silence becomes sacred. Not because talking is wrong, but because in silence, you can finally hear your own frequency without the interference of others' expectations. In silence, you can feel what you actually want without the contamination of what you think you should want. In silence, you can access the version of yourself who already has everything you've been seeking. The field is always listening, but it's listening for something very specific. It's listening for the frequency of authentic being. Not becoming, not trying, not reaching, but being. And authentic being can only happen when you're not performing for anyone else, including the quantum field itself. This is the paradox that transforms everything. The moment you stop trying to manifest, you start embodying. The moment you stop performing your desires, you start becoming them. The moment you stop broadcasting your needs, you start emitting your wholeness. And wholeness is the only frequency the quantum field recognizes as real. But how do you access this authentic frequency? How do you find the signal that's purely yours beneath all the programming, all the conditioning, all the inherited patterns? This is where everything begins to shift. Because the path to authentic frequency isn't about adding more practices or techniques. It's about subtracting everything that isn't actually you. The quantum field has been waiting for you to come home to yourself. Today, you learn how to find the frequency that was always yours, hidden beneath layers of who you thought you needed to be. In the silence, in the space between thoughts, in the sacred privacy of your own being, your authentic signal is waiting to emerge. Take a moment right now and comment below with these exact words. I am learning to listen. Don't explain what this means. Don't elaborate on your journey. Don't perform your spirituality for anyone. Just declare this simple truth to the field. Let it be a signal that you're ready to hear what's been waiting for you in the silence. Let it be an interruption in the loop of performing for others and a return to the purity of your own frequency. There's a frequency that exists beneath all your thoughts, beneath all your conditioning, beneath every story you've been told about who you are and what's possible for you.
Staying late again?
Yep, got prospect calls to summarize.
You really need to switch to Monday CRM. Your old CRM is holding you back.
My CRM is not old, it's vintage. You want to see my sales? Just a minute, it's loading.
Well, Monday CRM's AI features automatically summarize my calls, suggest next steps, updates the customer journey, and everything happens instantly.
In just a few seconds, you'll see my reports, and oh boy, are you gonna feel stupid, because my CRM can create a report with up to 50,000 leads, so
How many do you actually have?
3.
Check this out. I just got a hot lead from the AI-generated emails I sent, and the AI sentiment analysis marked it positive. Now, I just click send contract, and another deal won.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
Don't you work on commission?
Yep.
Why don't you switch to Monday CRM?
Because switching CRMs is a real pain in the... Did you just onboard me to Monday CRM while I was talking?
Yep, Monday CRM's AI creates tailor-made workflows just for you in the blink of an eye. There's really no reason to stay with the old CRM.
Thank you so much!
This frequency is so specific to your essence that no one else in the universe can emit it. It's your unique signature in the quantum field, your authentic signal that has been broadcasting since the moment you were born, regardless of whether you were aware of it or not. The woman who learned to disappear discovered that accessing this frequency required a complete withdrawal from external validation. Not because she became antisocial or isolated, but because she needed to create enough space to hear her own signal above the noise of everyone else's opinions, expectations, and projections. She needed to remember who she was before the world told her who she should be. This is the deepest work of manifestation. Not learning new techniques or memorizing different affirmations, but excavating your authentic frequency from beneath layers of adopted patterns. Because the quantum field doesn't respond to borrowed desires or inherited dreams. It only recognizes signals that are completely, authentically yours. But here's where it gets profound. Your authentic frequency isn't something you create or develop. It already exists. It's been broadcasting your highest possibilities since before you took your first breath. The only reason you can't access it consistently is because you've been taught to suppress it in favor of frequencies that others could understand, accept, or approve of. Every time you've dimmed your light to make others comfortable, you've moved away from your authentic frequency. Every time you've performed an emotion you didn't actually feel, you've distorted your signal. Every time you've spoken words that weren't true to your experience, you've contaminated your transmission to the field. Not because these things are wrong, but because they create static that the quantum field can't interpret as authentically you. The return to authentic frequency happens in layers. First, you must learn to recognize when you're performing versus when you're being. This requires a level of self-awareness that most people never develop because it's uncomfortable to see how much of your daily experience is performance. But without this recognition, you remain trapped in broadcasting frequencies that aren't yours. I'm curious, can you think of a moment recently when you caught yourself performing an emotion or response that wasn't genuinely yours? Share that awareness in the comments below. Sometimes recognizing these patterns is the first step to breaking free from them. The second layer is learning to trust your authentic frequency even when it doesn't make sense to others. Your soul's desires might seem illogical, impractical, or impossible to the minds around you. But the quantum field doesn't operate according to logical limitations. It responds to the vibrational truth of what's authentic to your essence, regardless of whether that truth fits into conventional frameworks. The third layer is developing the courage to act from your authentic frequency without needing others to understand or approve. This is where most people get stuck. They can access their authentic signal in private, But the moment they need to express it in the world, they filter it through what they think others want to hear. This filtering distorts the frequency and breaks the coherent signal to the field. The quantum field is like a tuning fork that only resonates with frequencies that match its pure, undistorted tone. When you emit your authentic frequency consistently, the field begins to match that vibration and reflects back experiences that align with who you actually are, rather than who you've been pretending to be. But authentic frequency isn't just about individual desires or personal manifestations. When you begin broadcasting your true signal, you give others permission to access theirs. Your authenticity becomes a tuning fork for everyone around you, creating ripples of permission for others to stop performing and start being. This is how individual transformation becomes collective evolution. There's something profound that happens in the quantum field when you stop trying to convince it of anything. Most people approach manifestation like they're presenting a case in court, gathering evidence, building arguments, trying to prove their worthiness or the validity of their desires. But the field doesn't operate like a judge weighing evidence. It operates like a mirror, reflecting back the exact frequency you're consistently broadcasting.
The Wall Street Journal revealed the smartest way to use AI at work, and their coolest trick for meetings is a huge time saver. They recommend getting Otter AI to join your Zoom or Google Meet meetings. And I can see why. Otter transcribes and summarizes your meetings, assigns action items to each person, and syncs to Salesforce, Notion, Slack, wherever you work. You can ask questions about meetings in the chat. It's like ChatGPT, but for your meetings. Try it once, it's free, and I promise you, you'll never go back to meetings without it.
You can't stop this, I don't go slow. I might knock knock, say yo yo. Ain't no getting around and no figuring.
When you're in the energy of trying to convince, you're automatically broadcasting from a frequency of separation. You're transmitting the signal that you're separate from what you want, that it's outside of you, that you need to somehow persuade the universe to give it to you. But the quantum field doesn't respond to persuasion. It responds to resonance. The woman who learned to whisper to the universe made a discovery that changed everything. She realized that the moment she stopped trying to convince the field of her desires started convincing the field of her. Not through effort or argument, but through the pure resonance of embodied knowing. She became so aligned with what she wanted that there was no separation between her frequency and the frequency of her fulfilled desires. This is what happens when you shift from trying to convince to simply being convinced. When you're no longer attempting to persuade the universe, but instead living from the unshakable knowing that what you desire is already yours in the field of infinite possibilities. This shift from external convincing to internal knowing changes everything about how the quantum field responds to you. But here's where most people get stuck in a loop of spiritual bypassing. They try to convince themselves they already have what they want, while their body is still carrying the frequency of lack. They speak words of abundance while their nervous system is wired for scarcity. They perform confidence while their subconscious is broadcasting unworthiness. This creates what we might call frequency incongruence. And the field always responds to the authentic signal, not the performed one. True knowing doesn't require convincing because it's felt in the body, not manufactured in the mind. When you genuinely know something at the quantum level, your entire being aligns with that truth. Your thoughts, emotions, actions, and energy all broadcast the same coherent signal. There's no internal contradiction, no part of you that doubts or questions. You simply are the vibration of what you know to be true. The woman who learned to disappear energetically discovered that this kind of knowing could only be accessed in complete stillness. Not the stillness of meditation or spiritual practice, but the stillness of being so aligned with truth that there's no internal movement toward doubt, fear, or questioning. It's the stillness of being so certain that you don't need to check if it's working, monitor the progress, or look for signs of confirmation. This level of knowing requires what we might call quantum trust. Not faith in something outside of yourself, but trust in the fundamental nature of how consciousness and quantum mechanics intersect. When you truly understand that your consciousness is not separate from the field, that your awareness is woven into the fabric of reality itself, then you begin to operate from a completely different paradigm. In quantum physics, consciousness and matter are not separate phenomena. They're different expressions of the same underlying field. Your awareness doesn't just observe reality, it participates in its creation moment by moment. This isn't metaphysical speculation, it's the foundation of quantum mechanics. The observer effect isn't just about particles behaving differently when observed. It's about consciousness being an active participant in the collapse of infinite possibilities into specific experiences.
Wow, look at this. 94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's success. Frankly, I have no idea what the other 6% are thinking. You know, usually when people look up ways to improve culture, they look for best practices. And best practices are good, but they're even better when you put them with best principles. Since Bamboo HR was founded, we've looked for principles we believe will make our people, and in turn, our culture, better. And we found company culture formulas that work. And we've crammed it all into the definitive guide to culture. For a free copy, click the link and go download it now. You won't regret it. Don't like the price? Well, you can also pay with 3 easy installments of free. Go ahead, go check it out. Or stick around while I read silently about picking the right perks and monitoring culture metrics. Nope, it's not working. Can't read while you're watching me. So just go check it out. It's easy, free. Yeah.
If you want to build an app and have no idea how to code or where to start, check out Base44. I built this daily habit tracker that helps users log small wins, track their mood, reflect on past entries, and see how far they've come. It's fully functional, and I didn't write a single line of code. You start by describing your idea, what you want it to do, the features, the look and feel. Now watch Base do its magic, designing the interface, building the database, wiring the logic. It's like asking a team of engineers, designers, and product managers to create your vision instantly. Once you have your first version, you just keep going. I add dark mode, polish the transitions, and make sure it works smoothly across devices. The best part, I can just stay in flow. No blockers, no switching tools, just building. So start with your idea. Base44 does the rest.
When you truly embody this understanding, you stop seeing yourself as separate from the quantum field. You realize that you are the field, expressing itself through the focal point of your individual consciousness. Your desires aren't requests you're making to an external universe. They're the field exploring different possibilities through your unique perspective. This realization changes everything about how you approach manifestation. Instead of trying to get something from the field, you recognize that you're exploring what the field wants to express through you. Instead of forcing outcomes, You become curious about what wants to emerge through your consciousness. Instead of performing desires, you become a clear channel for the field's infinite creativity to flow through. The woman who learned to whisper discovered that when she approached her desires from this perspective, everything became effortless. She wasn't trying to manifest anything. She was simply allowing the field to express its infinite possibilities through her willing consciousness. She became a co-creator with the quantum field, rather than a petitioner hoping for approval. But this shift requires releasing one of the most fundamental illusions of human experience: the belief that you are separate from what you desire. Most people live their entire lives believing that their dreams, their perfect relationship, their ideal career, their healing, their abundance exists somewhere outside of them, and they need to somehow bridge the gap between where they are and where they want to be. But in the quantum field, there is no gap. There is no distance between you and your fulfilled desires, because everything exists in the eternal now of infinite possibilities. The only thing that creates the experience of separation is your frequency. When your frequency matches the frequency of what you desire, you experience it as your reality. When your frequency doesn't match, you experience it as absent or unavailable. This is why the most powerful manifestors don't spend time thinking about what they want. They spend time becoming the frequency of what they want. They don't visualize their dreams, they embody them. They don't affirm their desires, they assume them. They don't ask for what they want. They give thanks for what they know is already theirs in the field. The woman who learned to disappear energetically understood that her desires weren't random wishes or personal preferences. They were the field's way of calling her attention to aspects of herself that were ready to be expressed. Her desire for love was the field pointing her toward the love that already existed within her consciousness. Her desire for abundance was the field highlighting the infinite creativity and resources that were already available through her awareness.
AI is everywhere right now. But here's the problem. Most AI tools feel like they've been awkwardly bolted onto tools that weren't built for it. Clunky, slow, not actually helpful. Superhuman is different. It's an email platform designed with AI from the ground up, making your inbox faster, smarter, and it's actually helpful. Here's how AI can make a difference in your inbox. Starting an email can be the hardest part. With Superhuman, just bring up the AI assistant and have it take a stab at the initial draft. Need to tweak it? Have it rewrite it in your voice, scan it for grammar errors, or make it more concise, all without ever having to leave your inbox. When it comes to search, there's going to be no more digging through endless emails. With AI, just ask a basic question. Say something like, help me find a PDF I think I sent to Jeremy, and Superhuman will help you find it instantly. It's also perfect for scheduling. Superhuman AI will suggest meeting times based on your conversations, and it syncs with your calendar. Just simply tap and it creates the invite. Title, location, attendees, everything, all without leaving your inbox. Have you ever opened a long and complicated thread and had no idea what was going on? Superhuman will always put a short summary at the top of every email. But you can hit a shortcut and boom, you'll get a full summary of everything that's happened in that thread up until that moment. At this point, AI tools aren't new, but AI that's seamlessly built into your workflow, that's a game changer. If you like email that actually works for you, try Superhuman.
Wix. One platform, any website. Unlimited creation. Describe your needs and goals. And AI will transform your tailored brief into a unique website that's ready to perform in minutes. Customize it. Shape your visitor's experience with show-stopping visuals and interactions that elevate every part of your site, down to the finest detail. Control everything on the platform where form meets function. Monitor, measure, and manage all your website's activity from one place. Stay constantly connected so you can take any action and improve your site's performance at any time, from anywhere. Evolve effortlessly with scalable solutions that grow with you, turning what you've got into where you want to go with confidence and persistence. Personalized, customized, ready to go live. Wix.
When she realized this, she stopped chasing her desires and started expressing them. She stopped trying to attract love and started being love. She stopped trying to manifest abundance and started embodying prosperity. She stopped trying to create opportunities and started recognizing that she was the opportunity the field had been waiting for. This is the ultimate secret that transforms everything. You are not trying to get something from the quantum field. You are the quantum field expressing itself through the unique focal point of your consciousness. Your desires are not separate from you. They are aspects of your consciousness that are ready to be fully expressed. Your dreams are not outside of you. They are dimensions of your being that are calling to be actualized. When you truly understand this, manifestation becomes less about creating something new and more about revealing what was always there. Less about becoming someone different and more about expressing who you always were. Less about changing your circumstances and more about aligning your frequency with the truth of your infinite nature. The quantum field doesn't respond to your requests because it doesn't see you as separate from itself. It responds to your frequency because your frequency is how it experiences itself through your unique perspective. When your frequency is clear, coherent, and aligned with your authentic nature, the field naturally expresses experiences that match that vibration. Not because you asked for them, but because you became the frequency that could receive them. The woman who learned to whisper to the universe discovered that her quiet authenticity was more powerful than any loud performance had ever been. When she stopped trying to convince others of her worth, she started embodying it. When she stopped explaining her dreams, she started living them. When she stopped performing her spirituality, she started experiencing it. This is the secret that changes everything. Your authentic frequency doesn't need to be understood by others to be effective in the quantum field. In fact, the purer your signal becomes, the less it will make sense to minds that are still operating from borrowed frequencies. And that's perfectly okay. The field recognizes authentic signals not by their logic, but by their coherence. If this understanding is touching something deep within you, if you can feel the truth of your own authentic frequency stirring beneath the layers of performance and conditioning, then I invite you to subscribe, not just to this channel, but to this frequency of authentic being.
What do you think, Jim? Jim?
What's up?
We need a decision.
Of course you do. Okay, so on one hand I was thinking we could, what's the question again?
Stay the course or pivot?
Yes.
Yes to what?
Exactly.
Can I make a suggestion? We've got the answer from our customers right here.
Holy.
SurveyMonkey. Clarity and confidence.
Subscribe to the choice to honor your true signal above all others. Subscribe to the courage to be yourself even when no one else understands. Because the more of us who are willing to broadcast our authentic frequencies, the more the collective field shifts toward truth, beauty, and genuine creation. The quantum field has been waiting for your authentic signal your entire life. It's time to stop performing for others and start being for yourself. It's time to discover the frequency that was always yours, waiting in the sacred silence of your own being. Your authentic frequency isn't just a concept to understand. It's a living reality to embody. And embodiment requires practice, not just in meditation or quiet moments, but in the midst of ordinary life. This is where the real transformation happens. Not when you're alone with your thoughts, but when you're navigating the world while maintaining your authentic signal. Every interaction becomes an opportunity to choose your frequency. When someone asks how you're doing, do you automatically perform positivity, or do you respond from your authentic state? When faced with a decision, do you choose based on what others expect, or do you listen to the quiet knowing of your authentic frequency? These micro choices throughout the day either strengthen or weaken your signal to the quantum field. The field is constantly reading your frequency, not just during your spiritual practices, but in every moment of your existence. It's sensing whether you're broadcasting from authenticity or performance, from wholeness or lack, from presence or anxiety. And it responds accordingly, not to punish or reward you, but to mirror back the exact frequency you're consistently emitting. This is why changing your external circumstances without changing your internal frequency never works long term. You might temporarily manifest something you want, but if your underlying frequency hasn't shifted, the old patterns will reassert themselves. The field will eventually reflect back the frequency you're actually broadcasting, rather than the one you're trying to project. The woman who learned to disappear energetically understood that true transformation required a fundamental shift in her base frequency, not just in special moments, but as her new normal. She learned to maintain her authentic signal even when others couldn't understand it, even when situations challenged her to return to old patterns, even when staying true to her frequency seemed more difficult than performing what others expected. This is where most people abandon their authentic frequency, when it becomes uncomfortable or inconvenient to maintain, when others push back against the new energy you're broadcasting, when staying true to your signal requires saying no to things you used to say yes to, or yes to things that scare you. But this is exactly when maintaining your frequency becomes most powerful. What's one thing you've been saying yes to that doesn't align with your authentic frequency? And what's something you've been avoiding that actually calls to your true self? Drop your insights in the comments. Your awareness might spark recognition in someone else who needs to hear it. The quantum field is testing your commitment to your authentic signal. Not to make things difficult, but to see if you'll remain coherent under pressure. Every time you choose your authentic frequency over external expectations, you're proving to the field that this is who you actually are, not just who you're trying to become. But here's what makes this sustainable. Your authentic frequency actually requires less energy to maintain than any performance does. When you're broadcasting your true signal, there's no effort involved because you're not trying to be anything other than what you naturally are. The strain you feel when trying to manifest usually comes from the energy required to maintain a frequency that isn't authentically yours. This is why the most powerful manifestors often seem effortless. They're not working harder than everyone else. They're working from their authentic frequency where everything flows naturally. They've learned to align their actions with their true signal rather than fighting against it or trying to force outcomes from a frequency that isn't theirs.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view. With built-in AI tools, save time and create engaging content. Don't just dream it. Customize your platform, build a community, grow your revenue, take control of your content. Try Fan Hero free for 14 days and see what it's like to own your community. Fan Hero, your community, your rules.
Your authentic frequency contains all the information the quantum field needs to create the experiences that match who you actually are. But accessing this frequency consistently requires what we might call frequency discipline. The commitment to choose authenticity over approval, truth over comfort, being over-performing moment after moment after moment. But there's a deeper layer to this frequency discipline that most people never discover. It's not just about maintaining your authentic signal in the external world. It's about maintaining it in the privacy of your own mind. Most people think that as long as they're not performing for others, they're being authentic. But the quantum field reads the frequency you broadcast to yourself, and this internal frequency is often the most contaminated of all. How you speak to yourself when no one else can hear. The stories you tell yourself about what's possible or impossible. The unconscious agreements you make about your worthiness, your capabilities, your limitations. These internal conversations create a constant stream of frequency that the quantum field interprets as your true signal, regardless of what you're performing externally. The woman who learned to disappear energetically made a shocking discovery. Even when she was alone, even when she thought she was being completely authentic, she was still performing for an internal audience of inherited voices, cultural programming, and unconscious beliefs. She realized that true authenticity required cleaning up not just her external expression, but her internal dialogue. This internal frequency cleansing is perhaps the most challenging aspect of quantum alignment, because it requires becoming aware of thoughts and patterns that have been running automatically for years or even decades. It means catching yourself in the act of internal self-betrayal, where you dismiss your desires, minimize your capabilities, or talk yourself out of what you know to be true. Every time you think a thought that contradicts your authentic desires, you're broadcasting mixed signals to the field. Every time you tell yourself that something is impossible or unrealistic, you're contaminating your frequency with limitation. Every time you choose a story of lack over a story of abundance, you're tuning your signal away from what you actually want to experience. The quantum field doesn't distinguish between the frequency you broadcast externally and the frequency you broadcast internally. It simply responds to the dominant signal, the one that carries the most emotional charge and repetition. If you're performing confidence externally while thinking thoughts of doubt internally, the field will respond to whichever frequency is more authentic and consistent. This is why so many people can do all the right spiritual practices, say all the right affirmations, and follow all the right manifestation techniques, yet still struggle to create lasting change. They're broadcasting one frequency in their practices and a completely different frequency in their private thoughts. The field responds to the authentic signal, which is usually the internal one they're not consciously monitoring. True frequency discipline means becoming aware of every thought, every internal conversation, every unconscious story that doesn't align with your authentic desires. It means catching yourself when you slip into inherited patterns of thinking and gently redirecting your internal frequency back to what's actually true for you. But here's what makes this sustainable. When you align your internal frequency with your authentic desires, thinking becomes effortless. You're no longer fighting against your natural thoughts. You're allowing your consciousness to flow in the direction it wants to go. The resistance you feel when trying to think positive thoughts usually comes from trying to impose frequencies that aren't authentically yours, rather than discovering the thoughts that naturally arise from your true frequency. The woman who learned to whisper discovered that her authentic frequency had its own natural thought patterns, its own way of interpreting reality, its own perspective on what was possible. When she stopped trying to think herself into alignment and started feeling her way into her authentic frequency. The right thoughts began arising spontaneously.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is a first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools, you name it. And if the only thing stopping me from making the app is the idea, then why not build an app that gives me endless app ideas? So let's make it. Pro tip, I draft the full app spec in ChatGPT, and then I drop the prompt directly into Base 44. It gives me super detailed structure. And here it is. Everything I laid out in detail as it goes. This is pretty awesome, but I want to make it playful. So I'm going to add a swipe left and swipe right interface. The same usability we all know. Now I'm going to add one more feature. So every idea that I favorite will turn into a kickoff prompt to start building the app itself. And that's it. Just come up with your idea, any idea, and Base 44 will do the rest. So go to Base 44 and create apps with your name on it.
Eating healthy is hard, but now everything we eat is easy, delicious, and healthy. How? Hungryroot.
Hungryroot delivers healthy groceries with easy 4-ingredient recipes, so you can have a healthy home-cooked meal in minutes. With Hungryroot, you save hours planning, shopping, and cooking. That's why 90% of customers report improved health with Hungryroot. Hungryroot. Healthy groceries and simple recipes. Plus, get free veggies for life.
This is the difference between manufactured positivity and authentic optimism, between forced affirmations and natural knowing, between trying to think your way into a new reality and allowing your consciousness to expand into its natural state. When you're aligned with your authentic frequency, positive thoughts aren't work. They're the natural expression of your aligned state. But accessing this natural state requires something that most people resist: complete honesty about your current frequency. You can't shift what you're not willing to acknowledge. You can't clean up a signal you refuse to listen to. You can't align with authenticity while pretending you're already there. Most people skip this step because it's uncomfortable to recognize how much of their internal dialogue is based on fear, limitation, and inherited programming. It's easier to jump straight to positive thinking than to honestly assess the frequency they're currently broadcasting. But the quantum field responds to what is, not what you wish were true. The woman who learned to disappear spent weeks simply listening to her internal frequency without trying to change it. She became aware of the constant stream of thoughts and stories that were running beneath her conscious awareness. She noticed the subtle ways she talked herself out of her desires, the unconscious reasons she gave for why things wouldn't work, the inherited beliefs about limitation that she had never questioned. This listening phase is crucial because you can't broadcast a frequency you're not aware of. Most people are unconscious transmitters, sending signals they don't realize they're sending, wondering why the universe seems to ignore their conscious requests while perfectly reflecting their unconscious broadcasts. When you become conscious of your internal frequency, you gain the power to choose it deliberately. Instead of being at the mercy of inherited patterns and unconscious programming, you become the deliberate broadcaster of your own signal. This is when manifestation shifts from hoping something will work to knowing exactly what signal you're sending and why the field is responding the way it is. The internal work of frequency alignment is subtle but profound. It's not about forcing positive thoughts or suppressing difficult emotions. It's about becoming so clear about your authentic frequency that anything not aligned with it becomes immediately obvious and easy to redirect. This discipline doesn't require harsh self-monitoring or constant vigilance. When you're truly aligned with your authentic frequency, maintaining it becomes as natural as breathing. The effort you feel when trying to maintain high vibration usually comes from trying to broadcast a frequency that isn't authentically yours, rather than discovering and expressing the frequency that already is. This discipline isn't harsh or forceful. It's gentle but unwavering. Like a river that consistently flows in one direction, eventually carving through mountains, not through force, but through persistent, authentic movement. Your authentic frequency, maintained consistently, has the power to reshape your entire reality, not through struggle, but through the simple persistence of being genuinely yourself. The field reads consistency over intensity. It's more responsive to a quiet, steady signal than to loud, sporadic broadcasts. This is why developing a sustainable relationship with your authentic frequency is more important than having peak experiences or breakthrough moments. The field trusts signals that show up reliably, day after day, regardless of external circumstances. As you begin to live more consistently from your authentic frequency, you'll notice that the universe starts responding to you differently. Opportunities will begin arising that match your true signal. People will start showing up who recognize and appreciate your authentic frequency. Situations will align with who you actually are, rather than who you've been pretending to be. But perhaps most importantly, you'll start experiencing a deep sense of coming home to yourself. The exhaustion that comes from constant performance will begin to fade. The anxiety that accompanies living from borrowed frequencies will start to dissolve. You'll discover that being authentically yourself is not only more powerful than any performance could ever be, it's also infinitely more peaceful. The quantum field has been waiting for you to stop trying so hard and start being so real. It's been waiting for you to discover that your authentic frequency is already perfect, already powerful, already exactly what it needs to create the reality that's truly yours. The moment you discover your authentic frequency, everything begins to reorganize around you. Not because you're forcing change, but because you're finally broadcasting a signal so clear, so coherent, so undeniably you that the quantum field has no choice but to reflect back experiences that match this truth. But here's the final piece that most people miss. Maintaining your authentic frequency isn't a personal journey. It's a gift to the collective field. Every person who has the courage to broadcast their true signal gives everyone else permission to do the same. Your authenticity doesn't just transform your own reality, it shifts the vibrational landscape for everyone around you. This is why the woman who learned to whisper to the universe found that her quiet transformation created ripples far beyond her personal experience. Friends began accessing their own authentic frequencies. Family members started questioning their own performances. Strangers seemed to relax in her presence because her energy gave them permission to stop trying so hard to be anything other than themselves.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp makes work easy, from personal projects to running a multi-billion-dollar company. Click the link below to create your workspace for free.
When you commit to your authentic frequency, you become a lighthouse in a world full of people who are lost in the static of borrowed signals. You become a reminder that it's possible to live from truth rather than performance, from being rather than trying, from wholeness rather than seeking. This is perhaps the greatest service you can offer, not your advice or your techniques, but your authentic presence. The quantum field responds to collective frequencies as well as individual ones. As more people access and maintain their authentic signals, the overall field becomes more supportive of authenticity, truth, and genuine expression. This creates an upward spiral where being real becomes easier for everyone because the collective frequency is shifting toward truth. This is why keeping your manifestation secret isn't about hiding from others. It's about protecting the purity of your signal until it becomes so strong, so coherent, so authentically yours that it can maintain its frequency regardless of external influences. It's about developing the internal strength to be yourself, even when the world tries to convince you to be someone else. Your authentic frequency is both your personal path to freedom and your contribution to collective evolution. Every moment you choose authenticity over performance. You're voting for a world where everyone gets to be genuinely themselves. Every time you emit your true signal, you're adding to the symphony of authentic frequencies that's slowly but inevitably transforming the entire planet. The quantum field isn't just responding to your individual frequency, it's orchestrating a collective awakening through the authentic signals of everyone who has the courage to be genuinely themselves. Your part in this awakening isn't to convince others or teach them techniques. Your part is simply to be so authentically yourself that others remember who they really are just by being around you. This is the ultimate manifestation. Not getting what you want, but becoming who you are so completely that everything you truly need naturally aligns with your reality. Not because you asked for it, but because you became the frequency that could receive it. Not because you performed worthiness, but because you embodied the truth that you were always worthy just by being yourself. The woman who learned to disappear energetically didn't vanish from the world. She vanished into her authentic self so completely that the world had no choice but to rearrange itself around her truth. This is what awaits you on the other side of performance, on the other side of borrowed frequencies, on the other side of trying to be anything other than exactly who you already are. The quantum field has been listening for your authentic signal your entire life. Today, you begin the journey of remembering how to broadcast it clearly, consistently, and without apology. Not for the sake of manifestation, but for the sake of coming home to the frequency that was always yours. In the sacred silence of your own being, your authentic signal is already broadcasting. The field is already responding. Your authentic reality is already emerging. All that remains is for you to stop talking long enough to listen. Stop performing long enough to be. Stop seeking long enough to realize you already are everything you've been looking for. Take a moment now to drop one word in the comments below that captures the frequency you're choosing to embody from this moment forward. Not a word that describes what you want to manifest, but a word that represents who you're choosing to be. Let this word be your energetic signature to the quantum field, your declaration that you're ready to stop performing and start being, ready to stop borrowed frequencies and start broadcasting your authentic truth. And if you feel the stirring of recognition, if something in you knows that this is the path you've been seeking, then subscribe not just to stay connected to this content, but to stay aligned with this frequency of authentic being. Subscribe to the courage to be yourself in a world that profits from your performance. Subscribe to the radical act of being real in a culture of artificial signals. Because the more of us who are willing to broadcast our authentic frequencies, the more the quantum field shifts toward supporting truth, beauty, and genuine creation. The more of us who choose authenticity over approval, the more the world reflects back a reality where everyone gets to be genuinely themselves. Your authentic frequency is not just your personal path to freedom. It's your gift to a world that desperately needs the courage to remember what it means to be real. The quantum field has been waiting for your true signal. Today, you begin to remember how to broadcast it. In silence, in secret, in the sacred privacy of your own authentic being, everything begins to change. Consider watching this video every morning for the next week to reinforce these frequency patterns in your consciousness. And if someone in your life is struggling to find their authentic voice, share this with them. When you share quantum consciousness concepts like these, you create an energetic ripple that expands collective awareness and accelerates manifestation for both of you. The universe operates through synchronicities when you align with your authentic frequency, and those synchronicities contain specific messages about your reality creation process. Understanding how to decode these synchronicities reveals exactly how your consciousness shapes your experience moment by moment, which is why exploring the secret message in synchronicities becomes essential for anyone serious about quantum manifestation.
Oh good, you made it to our meeting. Relax, I'm going to show you how to never stress about meeting notes again. This AI meeting assistant is recording our conversation and transcribing everything I say. So we don't need to take notes, but let's be honest, none of us want to read through a long transcript. That's why Otter AI automatically summarizes the key points and creates action items. It captures everything, even slides that were shown, and packages it up perfectly. Here's where it gets incredible. It's like ChatGPT for your meetings. You know, you can ask any question about this meeting or any past meeting. What decisions did we make? What were our favorite ideas from that brainstorming session 5 months ago? Otter remembers everything. Try Otter AI free, be fully present in meetings, and let AI handle the rest.
If you don't believe creating SOPs can take seconds instead of hours, you haven't tried Scribe. Check out the thousands of 5-star reviews that show how Scribe users are saving serious time every single week. Are Scribe users smarter, or are they just taking advantage of the tool? Here's what Morgan said. I've been using this documentation software for a few months now, and it has completely transformed the way I work. Whether I'm creating training guides, troubleshooting steps, or technical documentation, this tool makes it unbelievably easy and fast. Scribe records your screen as you work and instantly turns it into a clean, shareable guide with screenshots and written steps. You can share it with your team as a link, embed it, or even export it as a PDF. Get Scribe today and start working smarter.
The truth you need to hear. Have you ever asked yourself, why can't I stop thinking about them? They left. Or maybe you did. The conversations are over. The texts have stopped. You've deleted their number more times than you can count, tried to stay busy, focused on yourself. But somehow, they still sneak into your thoughts. In the middle of the night, during the happiest moments, even when you should be moving on. And here's what's even more frustrating. You don't want to be thinking about them anymore. But you are. And it's driving you crazy. Let me tell you something that might shock you. You're not weak. You're not crazy. And you're definitely not alone. There is a reason why someone stays on your mind, far beyond love, heartbreak, or nostalgia. And in this video, we're going deep, not into cliches or surface level advice, but into the real psychology, emotion, and meaning behind this experience that so many people struggle with in silence. Because this isn't just about a person, it's about you, your attachment, your pain, your unspoken questions, your unfinished healing, and your soul's cry for closure or understanding. The truth is, when someone lives in your mind long after they've left your life, it's not always because you miss them. It's often because your mind is trying to teach you something through them. Maybe they showed up to awaken a part of you that's been asleep. Maybe they reminded you of something you needed to heal, Or maybe their role in your life was never meant to be permanent, it was meant to spark transformation. But here's where things get powerful. You can take back control. You can understand the signals your mind is sending, unpack the emotion beneath the obsession, and reclaim your energy. You don't have to be stuck in a loop of memories, what ifs, and imaginary conversations. You can be free. But first, you need to know the reasons. The real reasons. And that's exactly what this video is going to uncover. 8 powerful truths behind why someone keeps coming back into your thoughts, and how to break the cycle with strength, clarity, and self-love. So before you scroll away or try to distract yourself again, pause. Breathe. You didn't click this video by accident. You're here for a reason, because deep down, you're ready. Ready to understand. Ready to heal. Ready to grow. Let's begin this journey together. You're about to discover that this mental and emotional tug of war you're stuck in isn't the end of your story. It's the beginning of something greater. Stay with me. The silent battle in your mind. Have you ever found yourself going about your day, working, eating, laughing with friends, when suddenly they pop into your head, out of nowhere? No warning, no context. Just their face, their voice, a memory, a feeling, and before you know it, your heart sinks, your energy shifts, and your thoughts are hijacked by someone who may not even be thinking about you at all. Why does that happen? Why does someone stay stuck in your mind like a song on repeat, even when they're not physically present in your life? The answer isn't always simple, but what's happening in that moment is real. You're fighting a silent battle between your thoughts and your desire for emotional freedom, and it's exhausting. You might feel frustrated or even ashamed. You try to push them out, you distract yourself, you keep busy, but still their presence lingers. Why? Because when someone is always on your mind, it's not just about them, it's about what they represent within you. Sometimes that person symbolizes a dream you had, a feeling of being seen, loved, wanted. Other times they symbolize a moment you can't get back, a chapter that ended without closure.
Got a screenplay in your head but not on paper? Meet Squibbler, the AI script writer that turns your ideas into professional screenplays in minutes. With pre-made templates for all genres, AI-powered scene generation, enhanced character arcs, and dialogue improvement, Squibbler helps you create your next blockbuster with just one click. And when you're done, we'll handle the formatting, delivering a pitch-perfect, ready-to-use script. Write smarter, finish faster. Start your next hit script today with Squibbler.
They may have been the first to truly understand you, or the one who shattered your trust. Either way, they marked you emotionally. And the mind doesn't easily forget emotional fingerprint. It's important to realize, not all thoughts about someone mean you're still in love, or that you need them back. Sometimes, you're just trying to process. Your brain replays people who left a strong impact, positive or negative, because it's trying to make sense of it. It's seeking understanding, clarity, resolution. But in the absence of answers, your mind loops and you feel stuck. But here's the hard truth you need to hear. Thinking about them constantly doesn't mean they're your destiny. It might just mean they're your deepest wound. And wounds don't heal by being ignored. They heal when they're understood, when they're faced with honesty and grace. When you realize that obsessively thinking about someone might not be about love. It might be about loss. It might be about identity. It might be about the version of you that existed when they were part of your world. The good news? You are not powerless in this mental loop. You can acknowledge their presence in your mind without allowing it to control your life. You can sit with the thought, understand it, then release it. Because healing begins the moment you stop asking, why can't I forget them? And start asking, what did they awaken in me that still needs healing? So don't run from the thoughts. Face them, learn from them, then free yourself from them. Because your mind is a sacred place. and not everyone deserves to live there. Emotional attachment and energy exchange. Let's talk about emotional attachment. Because when someone is constantly on your mind, it's often not just about the person, it's about the energy you exchange with them. You see, every connection you make with someone isn't just physical or verbal, it's energetic. You pour parts of yourself into conversations, moments, laughter, vulnerability, even arguments. And the more emotionally invested you were, the deeper that connection goes beneath the surface. That's why it's not always easy to just stop thinking about them. It's not about willpower. It's about unwinding a bond that was emotionally charged. Emotional attachment doesn't need constant presence. It lives in memories, in shared dreams, in hopes that once existed between you and them. Sometimes the person on your mind isn't even in your life anymore, but the version of them that lived in your heart still lingers. So that version, that feeling, that experience, it doesn't fade easily because energy lingers. The conversations, the closeness, the emotional highs and lows, they all leave a trace. Think of it like emotional fingerprints left on your soul. You can try to ignore them, but unless you truly cleanse your energy, they'll still whisper their presence when you're quiet, alone, or emotionally vulnerable. But here's what you must understand. Just because the energy was real doesn't mean it's still serving you. Many of us confuse attachment with meaning. We think, if I can't stop thinking about them, they must be important. But sometimes, what you're clinging to isn't the person, it's the feeling they gave you. The validation, the excitement, the comfort, the illusion of connection. And when you give someone emotional access to you, they become part of your internal world. But what happens when they leave and you don't take your energy back? They stay in your mind, not because they're meant for you, but because you never reclaimed what you gave away. This is why emotional detachment is powerful, not as an act of coldness, but as an act of self-respect. It's saying, I recognize what we shared, but I choose now to call my energy back. I choose to take back my peace. So, how do you begin detaching emotionally? You start by honoring your feelings, not fighting them. You feel the pain, you acknowledge the bond, but then you shift focus. Not on what you lost, but on what you still have. Your dreams, your feeling, your future. You create new routines, new sources of joy. You set boundaries, not just with them, but with your own thoughts. And most importantly, you give yourself time. Emotional release isn't instant. It's a process. But every day you choose peace over obsession, presence over longing is a step toward wholeness. Remember, your energy is sacred. Don't let someone live in your mind rent-free when they no longer pour into your soul. Take your power back. Because the person you need the most right now is you. Unfinished stories keep replaying. One of the biggest reasons someone lingers in your mind is because the story between you feels unfinished. There was no proper ending, no closure, no real goodbye, just silence, distance, a pause that never turned into a period. And your mind? It hates open loops. We are wired to seek resolution. That's why we finish movies even when we know how they'll end. That's why we reread text messages looking for hidden meanings. That's why someone you haven't spoken to in months or even years can still take up space in your head because the story didn't end the way your heart wanted it to. Maybe they walked away without explaining why. Maybe they ghosted you after telling you they cared. Maybe they loved you one day and treated you like a stranger the next, and now you're left with a mess of emotions that never got sorted. It's like your heart is trying to finish a book without having the last few chapters. So what happens? Your brain keeps replaying scenes, trying to rewrite the ending. It imagines scenarios where they come back, where they finally say what they never did, where they admit they were wrong, where everything suddenly makes sense. But here's the truth, closure doesn't always come from them. Sometimes closure is the story you decide to stop telling yourself. You see, you may never get the apology, you may never hear the reason, you may never understand why they left or why things changed. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but it's also one of the most powerful shifts you can make. Because when you accept that not all stories need a final chapter from the other person, you reclaim your ability to write your own ending. Unfinished stories often leave us feeling powerless, like we're stuck in limbo, waiting for someone to come back and complete the emotional puzzle. But here's what no one tells you. You don't have to wait. You don't need permission to move on. Sometimes, the closure you're seeking isn't about them at all. It's about you giving yourself the freedom to let go of the hope, the questions, the waiting. It's about standing in front of the emotional wreckage and saying, this may never make sense, and I'm still choosing to move forward. Letting go of an unfinished story doesn't mean you didn't care. It doesn't mean the connection wasn't real. It means you're choosing peace over chaos, growth over confusion, self-worth over obsession. And that's not weakness. That's wisdom. So the next time they cross your mind and you feel that familiar ache of something unresolved, remind yourself of this. You are allowed to close the chapter, even if they never gave you an ending. Because healing is not waiting for the past to fix itself. Healing is deciding the past no longer controls your peace, mental habits, and overthinking. Sometimes it's not love. It's not destiny. It's not even emotional connection. It's a mental habit you've unintentionally created, a loop that keeps pulling your thoughts back to that same person over and over again. Your mind is incredibly powerful, but it can also become your biggest trap when left unchecked. When you constantly think about someone, your brain begins to associate them with importance, even if they're no longer relevant to your life. That repeated thought becomes a pattern, a routine, a reflex. Like muscle memory, your mind gets used to circling back to that one name, that one face, that one memory. And before you know it, they're not just in your heart, they're etched into your thinking process. This is where overthinking becomes dangerous. Because you're no longer just remembering someone, you're dissecting everything, every word they said, every gesture they made, every message, every silence, every little action. You analyze it, replay it, try to interpret hidden meanings. Your mind becomes a courtroom where every interaction is placed under a microscope, and you are both the lawyer and the judge, searching endlessly for a verdict that never seems to come. Why did they say that? What did they mean? What if I did something wrong? Overthinking keeps you stuck in a cycle that offers no real answers, just more questions, more confusion, more emotional exhaustion. And what's worse, overthinking creates illusions. It makes you believe they meant more than they did, that there's something still there, that maybe they're thinking about you too. But the truth is, you might just be stuck in a mental loop, and the only way to break that loop is through awareness. You have to catch yourself when the thoughts come, not to suppress them, but to redirect them, to challenge them, to ask, is this thought helping me? Is this obsession making me grow or hurting me stuck? You break the pattern by becoming intentional, by replacing those thoughts with actions, with goals, with new routines, new people, new experiences that pull your mind toward the present instead of anchoring it in the past. You see, your mind will always revisit what's familiar, even if it's painful. But you have the power to train it to focus on what's healthy, on what's empowering, on what aligns with your future, not just your feelings. So the next time you catch yourself spiraling in thought, pause, breathe, ground yourself, and remind your mind, we're not going there today. We've got better places to be. Because freedom starts in the mind. And when you take control of your thoughts, you take back control of your life. Emotional attachment and energy exchange. Let's talk about emotional attachment. Because when someone is constantly on your mind, it's often not just about the person, it's about the energy you exchange with them. You see, every connection you make with someone isn't just physical or verbal, it's energetic. You pour parts of yourself into conversations, moments, laughter, vulnerability, even arguments. And the more emotionally invested you were, the deeper that connection goes beneath the surface. That's why it's not always easy to just stop thinking about them. It's not about willpower. It's about unwinding a bond that was emotionally charged. Emotional attachment doesn't need constant presence. It lives in memories, in shared dreams, in hopes that once existed between you and them. Sometimes the person on your mind isn't even in your life anymore, but the version of them that lived in your heart still lingers. So that version, that feeling, that experience, it doesn't fade easily. Because energy lingers. The conversations, the closeness, the emotional highs and lows, they all leave a trace. Think of it like emotional fingerprints left on your soul. You can try to ignore them, but unless you truly cleanse your energy, they'll still whisper their presence when you're quiet, alone, or emotionally vulnerable. But here's what you must understand. Just because the energy was real doesn't mean it's still serving you. Many of us confuse attachment with meaning. We think, if I can't stop thinking about them, they must be important. But sometimes, what you're clinging to isn't the person, it's the feeling they gave you. The validation, the excitement, the comfort, the illusion of connection. And when you give someone emotional access to you, they become part of your internal world. But what happens when they leave and you don't take your energy back? They stay in your mind, not because they're meant for you, but because you never reclaimed what you gave away. This is why emotional detachment is powerful, not as an act of coldness, but as an act of self-respect. It's saying, I recognize what we shared, but I choose now to call my energy back. I choose to take back my peace. So, how do you begin detaching emotionally? You start by honoring your feelings, not fighting them. You feel the pain, you acknowledge the bond, but then you shift focus. Not on what you lost, but on what you still have. Your dreams, your feeling, your future. You create new routines, new sources of joy. You set boundaries, not just with them, but with your own thoughts. And most importantly, you give yourself time. Emotional release isn't instant. It's a process. But every day you choose peace over obsession, presence over longing is a step toward wholeness. Remember, your energy is sacred. Don't let someone live in your mind rent-free when they no longer pour into your soul. Take your power back. Because the person you need the most right now is you. The role of unfinished business and lack of closure. One of the most common reasons someone stays on your mind is because the story between you and them never really ended. It just stopped. There's a difference between an ending and a closure. An ending might happen suddenly, a breakup, a ghosting, a fight, or even a gradual fading away. But closure? That's emotional understanding. It's the ability to walk away with peace, with clarity, with acceptance. When you don't get closure, your mind keeps trying to finish the story. It replays the last conversation. It analyzes everything that went wrong. It creates new scenarios in your head where you get to say what you couldn't say, ask what you never got to ask, or hear the apology you never received. That's where obsession is born, from unanswered questions and emotional gaps. We are naturally wired to seek resolution. When something feels unfinished, our brain treats it like a puzzle with missing pieces. So we keep going back to it, trying to make sense of the chaos, trying to fix something that may not even be fixable. And the truth is, sometimes closure doesn't come from the other person. Sometimes they're not willing, not available, or not capable of giving it. And waiting for them to explain, validate, or apologize only keeps you stuck in emotional limbo. But here's the power you must claim today. You can give yourself closure. Yes, you can. You don't need a final talk. You don't need a perfect explanation. You don't need them to agree or to feel what you feel. All you need is a decision, the decision to stop reopening a door that leads nowhere. Closure is a form of self-respect. It's you saying, I may never get all the answers, but I choose peace over confusion. I choose healing over holding on. Write that letter you never sent. Say out loud what you wish you could tell them, and then release it. Not for them, for you. Because the more you search for closure from someone who's already left your story, the more power you give them over your peace. But the moment you decide to close the chapter yourself, you stop being a prisoner of what was, and you start becoming the author of what will be. Unfinished business only has power over you if you keep returning to it. You can choose today to make peace with the silence, with the unknown, with the things that were never said. And in doing so, you'll stop carrying them in your heart and start making space for yourself again. You deserve peace, not just answers. You deserve wholeness, not waiting. Let that be your closure. Your subconscious is trying to teach you something. Have you ever stopped to wonder why someone won't leave your mind, despite time, distance, or even your best efforts to forget? What if their constant presence in your thoughts isn't just emotional attachment or unfinished business, but a message from your subconscious mind? Yes, sometimes the person who lives rent-free in your thoughts is not meant to stay in your life, but to reveal something within you. The human brain is a powerful processor, but your subconscious? It's a deep ocean of memories, patterns, fears, and desires. And often, it holds on to things you haven't fully processed yet. Not because it wants to torment you, but because it's trying to bring attention to something important. Sometimes, that person represents a wound you haven't healed yet. Maybe they made you feel unworthy, and now your mind keeps looping back to them, not because of love, but because your subconscious wants you to address that wound. It's saying, heal this part of you. Let's not carry this pain forward. Other times that person symbolizes something you desire, love, safety, validation, adventure. Your mind isn't really stuck on them, it's stuck on the version of yourself that you were when you were with them. The excitement, the attention, the feeling of being seen. Your subconscious isn't chasing the person, it's chasing the feeling. Understanding this is powerful because it shifts your focus from asking, why can't I forget them, to what are they trying to show me about myself? That question is where growth begins. Ask yourself, what did I feel when I was with them that I don't feel now? What part of me still seeks their approval or attention? What lesson is my mind trying to bring to the surface? The more honest you are with yourself, the more clarity you'll gain, and with clarity comes release. Remember, the goal isn't to erase the memory, the goal is to understand it, learn from it, and free yourself from the emotional grip it has on you. Sometimes, the people who haunt your thoughts are simply reflections of the places inside you that need healing, compassion, and self-awareness. They're mirrors. And when you recognize the mirror, you realize you don't need to obsess over the reflection. You need to focus on what it's showing you. So next time they cross your mind unexpectedly, pause. Don't panic. Don't drown in emotions. Ask yourself, what do I need to understand right now? What is my soul asking me to heal? This shift from emotional reaction to conscious reflection is how you reclaim your power. You're not weak for thinking about them, but you grow strong the moment you stop chasing their memory and start listening to the wisdom your mind is revealing. Because healing isn't about forgetting someone, it's about remembering who you are beyond them. It's time to reclaim your energy and move forward. Now that you understand the emotional, psychological, and even spiritual reasons someone stays on your mind, here's the truth you need to hear. It's time to reclaim your energy. Yes, thinking about someone constantly, especially when it begins to interfere with your peace, means that they're occupying a space in your life they no longer deserve. And if you're serious about healing, growth, and becoming your highest self, you must take deliberate steps to shift your focus back to you. Ask yourself honestly, what has holding on to their memory done for you? Has it healed you? Has it brought you peace? Or has it drained you, distracted you, and delayed your growth? Because no matter how special they once were, no matter what you felt, your life was never meant to revolve around a person who is no longer present. You have goals to chase, you have dreams to pursue, you have healing to do, and every moment spent dwelling on someone who left, hurt you, or simply moved on is a moment lost from becoming the best version of yourself. So how do you begin the process of truly letting go? Start with awareness. Begin to recognize when your mind drifts back to them. Don't judge yourself, just notice. The goal isn't to force the thoughts away, but to gently redirect them. Every time they come up, choose to shift your focus. Read a book, take a walk, journal your emotions, practice deep breathing. Remind yourself of your worth. Next, take inventory of your daily habits. Are you checking their social media? Are you revisiting old messages, pictures, or memories? If so, it's time to break the cycle. Block, delete, remove whatever keeps triggering the obsession, not out of hate, but out of self-love. Because true strength is not in pretending you don't care. It's in protecting your peace. Also, pour into your own life. Build a routine that excites you, reconnect with your passions. Surround yourself with people who uplift and inspire you. The more full your life becomes, the less room there is for thoughts that no longer serve you. And finally, forgive. Forgive them, not because they deserve it, but because you do. And more importantly, forgive yourself for caring too much, for staying too long, for giving too many chances, for hoping when you should have moved on.
When we look closely at life, we begin to see a simple truth: whatever you feed, grows. Wherever your attention goes, your energy flows. This principle is not only psychological, it is deeply spiritual. The mind is like fertile soil. Every thought that enters it is like a seed. If you keep watering one seed, it will sprout, it will grow, it will expand its roots, and it will occupy space in your inner garden. This is why certain thoughts, certain people, certain memories seem so powerful in your life. It is not because they are inherently powerful, but because you gave them your attention. You offered your life energy to them, again and again, until they became strong inside you. Energy follows attention. This is the hidden law that shapes your inner world. When your attention rests on joy, joy grows. When your attention rests on fear, fear expands. When your attention is fixed on someone, their presence becomes larger inside your mind than it ever is in reality. You are creating a powerful current of energy that keeps circling back. The question is not why the thought or the person is so powerful. The question is, why do you keep offering them your most precious resource, your attention? Every time your thoughts return to the same place, you are like a traveler who keeps walking the same path in the forest. At first, the path is hidden. The grass is tall, the way is unclear, but the more you walk, the clearer the trail becomes. Eventually, it becomes a road and later a highway. Your mind functions the same way. Neurons that fire together, wire together. The more you repeat a thought, the stronger the neural pathway becomes. This is why attention is the architect of your reality. It builds the roads inside your mind, and once a road is built, it is easy to travel again and again. Energy follows attention. If you wonder why you cannot stop thinking of something or someone, it is not because they hold chains around your mind. It is because you are walking the same mental path repeatedly, offering your energy freely. And so the thought grows stronger, the emotion becomes deeper, and the attachment takes root. To understand this truth is the beginning of freedom. When you recognize that attention is a form of nourishment, you begin to ask yourself, what am I feeding? Do I feed fear or do I feed courage? Do I feed doubt or do I feed clarity? Do I feed obsession or do I feed peace? Every thought you choose to linger on is like placing water on one seed in the garden of the mind. The seed does not choose itself. You choose it by your attention. Now, observe how subtle this process is. You might think you are not choosing, that your mind is simply flooded with thoughts. But in reality, even when thoughts come uninvited, you still have a choice whether to continue feeding them. To pay attention is to give life. To withdraw attention is to let something fade. Imagine holding a candle in a dark room. Wherever you point the flame, that area becomes visible. If you keep pointing the flame at one object, that object dominates your awareness. But if you shift the flame, another reality appears. In the same way, your consciousness is like a flame. Where it rests, life appears. And if you never shift the flame, you remain trapped in the illusion that only one reality exists. But there are infinite realities within you. You only see what you light up with your attention. Energy follows attention, and attention creates reality. Think of the times you fixated on something painful. The more you thought about it, the larger it became, until it seemed to overshadow everything else in your life. Yet in truth, the pain was never that big. It became big because you fed it daily. On the other hand, think of the times you focused on gratitude, on hope, on a dream. The more you nurtured it, the more powerful it became, until it lifted you above difficulties. This shows you the power of where you place your attention. Every ancient wisdom tradition points to this truth. Meditation, mindfulness, prayer, and self-discipline are all practices of guiding attention. They are training in directing your flame instead of letting it wander. Without training, your attention is stolen by whatever is loudest, brightest, or most tempting. With training, your attention becomes a tool of mastery. If you cannot stop thinking of someone, it means you are feeding that thought unconsciously. It means you are offering your energy without awareness. But the moment you see clearly that you are the one feeding the thought, a new possibility opens. You can redirect. You can pause. You can choose. This is the hidden power of awareness. It cuts the chain between attention and energy. When you bring awareness to where your attention goes, you awaken. You begin to see my energy is precious. My attention is life force. If I waste it, I become weak. If I focus it, I become strong. Energy is not limitless. It must be guarded like treasure. You do not leave your door open for anyone to walk in and take what they want. Yet often, you leave the door of your mind wide open, allowing every passing thought, every memory, every fantasy to come and claim your energy. And then you wonder why you feel drained, why you feel heavy, why you cannot let go. Energy follows attention. To free yourself, you do not need to fight the thought. You do not need to resist with force. Resistance itself is a form of attention. To fight the thought is still to feed it. The secret is gentle redirection. Like a river, if you block it, it becomes violent. But if you dig a new channel, the water flows naturally elsewhere. In the same way, you can dig new channels in your mind by offering your attention to something higher, something more nourishing, something aligned with your growth. This is why focus on the breath, focus on the body, focus on gratitude, focus on purpose are such powerful practices. They give you new channels to direct your energy. At first, the old path will still call you back. The mind will want to walk the same familiar road, but each time you redirect, you are carving a new trail. And slowly, the new trail becomes stronger, until one day it is the natural road you walk. Your attention is not a small thing. It is the most powerful currency you own. Companies fight for it. Advertisements try to steal it. People crave it. But the greatest battle is within yourself. Where will you invest this currency? What seeds will you water? Because in the end, what you focus on, you become. What you feed grows. What you starve fades. Energy follows attention. This is why discipline of the mind is essential. Without discipline, you are a slave to every passing thought. With discipline, you become the master of your inner world, and mastery of the inner world is mastery of life. When you feel that you cannot let go of someone or something, it is rarely about that person or that object itself. It is about what it awakens inside of you. Attachment is not born from the outside, it is born from the inside. It arises when there is a space within you that feels incomplete, a space that longs to be filled, a space that seeks wholeness outside itself. The truth is that many of the attachments we carry are not about love. They are about filling an emptiness. When you feel that you need someone's presence, what you are often seeking is relief from the silence within. When you hold on to memories, what you are often seeking is comfort from the void that feels too heavy to face. Attachment is the attempt of the mind to escape its own emptiness by clinging to something it believes will give it meaning. But this emptiness is not your enemy. It is not a defect. It is the space of possibility. It is the inner sky wide and open where everything can appear. When you do not understand it, you fear it. When you avoid it, you create attachments. But when you learn to sit with it, to feel it, to accept it, you discover that emptiness itself is the ground of peace. Attachment is like holding onto a branch in a flowing river. You cling because you fear being carried away. Yet the more you hold, the more exhausted you become. The river of life keeps flowing, but you are stuck, resisting its movement. The branch is not your savior, it is your prison. To let go feels terrifying because you think you will drown in emptiness. But in truth, letting go is the only way to flow with life. Inner emptiness often begins when we are young. A lack of love, a lack of attention, a lack of validation plants the seed of incompleteness. The child learns, I must hold on to whatever brings me comfort, or I will feel abandoned again. These patterns grow with us. As adults, we project them onto relationships, onto achievements, onto possessions. We attach, not because these things complete us, but because we fear the emptiness that surfaces when they are gone. Look closely and you will see, attachment is not love. Love is free, flowing, spacious. Attachment is tight, heavy, suffocating. Love celebrates the presence of the other, but does not collapse without them. Attachment depends, clings, and suffers in absence. This suffering is not caused by the other, but by the illusion that you cannot face your inner emptiness alone. The great paradox is that the more you run from emptiness, the stronger it becomes. You try to fill it with people, with distractions, with noise, with achievements, but it remains. Like a shadow, it follows you everywhere, and the more you avoid it, the louder it calls. The only way to dissolve its weight is not to fill it, but to face it, to sit in silence and feel the space inside without trying to escape. When you close your eyes and enter the emptiness, at first it feels uncomfortable. It feels like loneliness, like a void, like something is missing. But if you remain, if you breathe, if you observe, you begin to notice something extraordinary. The emptiness is not dead. It is alive. It is spacious. It is the source from which all peace arises. Like the sky, it seems empty, yet it holds the sun, the moon, the stars, the clouds, the wind, the rain. Without the sky, nothing can exist. Without the space inside you, no joy, no love, no clarity can exist. Attachment arises because you misunderstand this space. You see emptiness as lack, when in truth it is fullness, waiting to be discovered. You see emptiness as absence, when in truth it is presence in its purest form. When you embrace emptiness, you no longer need to cling. You no longer depend on the outside to complete you. You begin to see that you were already whole, that the silence inside you was never a threat but a doorway. The cycle of attachment is like drinking salt water. The more you drink, the thirstier you become. You believe the next sip will quench your thirst, but it only deepens it. The more you cling, the emptiness feels larger. This is why attachments can never satisfy. They are attempts to solve an inner need with outer solutions. But the real solution is inner stillness, inner acceptance, inner clarity. When you observe the emptiness without judgment, without fear, you start to reclaim your energy. The clinging loosens, the grip softens. You realize you are not lacking, you are not broken, you are not incomplete. The emptiness is not asking you to fill it, it is asking you to rest in it, to breathe within it, to recognize its spaciousness. Attachment fades when you stop demanding that the outside world take responsibility for your inner peace. When you realize that no person, no object, no success can permanently fill the space inside, you stop running. You turn inward. You begin to nurture yourself from within. This is not withdrawal, it is empowerment. It is discovering that the treasure you sought in others was always hidden within your own being. Imagine a cup. If it is already full, you can place it anywhere, and it remains steady. But if it is empty, even a small drop creates longing. The emptiness of the cup keeps calling for more, more, more. In the same way, when you feel empty inside, you attach to anything that promises to fill you. But when you discover the fullness within, you carry a quiet peace. You can enjoy others, but you do not cling. You can celebrate life, but you do not fear loss. This is why silence, meditation, and awareness are so essential. They train you to sit in emptiness without fear. They allow you to see that emptiness is not loneliness, but vastness. It is not darkness, but depth. And in that depth, attachment begins to dissolve. You no longer grab at branches in the river. You trust the flow. You allow life to carry you. Attachment and inner emptiness are two sides of the same coin. Where there is attachment, there is hidden emptiness. Where there is true acceptance of emptiness, attachment loses its power. The key is not to fight the attachment, but to understand the emptiness it is trying to cover. Every time you feel the grip of attachment, ask yourself, what space inside am I afraid to face? What silence am I avoiding? What part of me have I forgotten to embrace? When you bring awareness to this, a shift happens. Instead of clinging outwardly, you turn inwardly. Instead of demanding from others, you listen to yourself. Instead of fearing emptiness, you breathe into it. Slowly, the chains of attachment weaken. What once felt impossible to release begins to loosen naturally. What once felt like a prison becomes a doorway to freedom. The power is not in filling yourself with more, but in realizing you are already whole. The power is not in escaping the emptiness, but in seeing it clearly, sitting with it, and discovering that it was never empty at all. It was always the space of your own presence. Vast and unshaken detachment is not about running away from life. It is not about denying emotions or abandoning people. Detachment is the art of being fully present while not being imprisoned. It is the ability to hold life in your hands without clinging, to experience without becoming entangled, to see clearly without losing yourself in what you see. Detachment is freedom born from awareness. When you look at the mind closely, you see how easily it attaches. A thought comes, and the mind grabs it. An emotion arises, and the mind identifies with it. A person appears, and the mind creates stories, expectations, fears. Every time the mind clings, you lose a part of your freedom. You become chained, not by the person or the event, but by your unconscious attachment to it. Awareness is the light that reveals these chains. The moment you observe your thought, you are no longer completely inside it. The moment you watch your emotion, you create space between you and the feeling. This space is detachment. It is the distance that allows you to choose, instead of being dragged blindly. Without awareness, there is no space. You are fully identified, fully caught. With awareness, the space opens, and in that space lies your freedom. Detachment through awareness does not mean you stop caring. On the contrary, it allows you to care more deeply. When you are attached, your caring is mixed with fear and control. You cling, you demand, you suffer when things do not go your way. But when you are detached, your caring becomes pure. You love without trying to possess. You give without expecting in return. You support without losing yourself. This is the power of awareness. It purifies your relationships by dissolving the chains of attachment. Think of a mirror. The mirror reflects everything that stands before it, but it holds on to nothing. It shows beauty, it shows pain, it shows joy, it shows sorrow. Yet the moment the image passes, the mirror remains untouched. Awareness functions in the same way. When you rest in awareness, life continues to pass through you, but you do not cling. Thoughts arise and you see them. Emotions arise and you feel them. People come and go and you experience them. But like the mirror, you remain free, untouched at the core. Detachment begins with small acts of awareness. Notice how your mind reacts when someone does not reply to your message. Notice how your chest tightens when you think of the future. Notice how your thoughts circle around the same memory again and again. Each time you notice, you have already stepped into awareness. The noticing itself creates distance. You begin to realize, I am not the thought. I am not the fear. I am not the memory. I am the one who is aware of them. In this realization, the grip loosens. The thought may still be there, but it no longer owns you. The emotion may still arise, but it no longer controls you. This is detachment through awareness. It is not about removing experiences from your life, but about transforming your relationship with them. The mind believes that holding tightly gives security. It clings to people, to ideas, to possessions, to outcomes. But in reality, clinging creates suffering. The tighter you hold, the more fragile you feel. The more you try to control, the more you fear losing control. Awareness shows you this pattern. It reveals the suffering of attachment, and in seeing it clearly, you naturally begin to let go. Imagine standing at the edge of a river. The water flows, carrying leaves, branches, and reflections. If you jump in and cling to a branch, you will be dragged, pulled, and hurt. But if you stand on the shore, simply observing, you see the flow clearly. You can watch without being swept away. Awareness is that shore. Detachment is the ability to remain there, grounded, while the river of life continues to flow. The practice of awareness is simple, yet profound. When a thought arises, do not push it away. Do not follow it blindly, simply see it. When an emotion arises, do not resist it. Do not drown in it. Simply feel it. This simple act of seeing and feeling without clinging is the essence of detachment. Slowly, the waves of the mind lose their grip. Slowly, you realize you are the sky, not the clouds. Detachment does not mean you stop experiencing life. It means you experience fully, but without chains. You can enjoy a flower without needing to possess it. You can love a person without making them responsible for your happiness. You can pursue a goal without letting failure or success define your worth. Detachment makes you lighter, freer, more present. Without awareness, the mind mistakes attachment for love, obsession for purpose, control for security. But awareness cuts through these illusions. It shows you that true love is spacious, not possessive. That true purpose is flowing, not rigid. That true security comes from within, not from clinging to the outside. Awareness is like the rising sun. In the dark, you stumble, you grasp blindly, you fear shadows. But when the light comes, everything is revealed as it is. You no longer need to cling to illusions. You can see clearly, and in that clarity, detachment arises naturally. The more you cultivate awareness, the more you see the impermanence of all things. People change, emotions shift, situations evolve. Everything passes. To cling to what is impermanent is to invite suffering. But when you live in awareness, you embrace impermanence. You allow life to move, just as the seasons move. You do not resist the flow. You participate fully, but you remain free. Detachment through awareness is not coldness. It is not indifference. It is warmth without chains, love without fear, joy without dependence. It is standing in the middle of life, engaged and alive, yet rooted in your own inner stillness. It is knowing that you are whole, whether things come or go, whether people stay or leave, whether outcomes succeed or fail. When you sit quietly and observe your mind, you begin to notice the patterns of attachment. You notice how often you say, I need this. I cannot live without this. If this is gone, I will be broken. Awareness reveals these beliefs for what they are: stories, illusions created by the mind. The more you see them, the weaker they become. Slowly, the chains fall away. Slowly, you discover the freedom of standing in your own center. Detachment through awareness is not something to force. You cannot fight attachment directly, because fighting is another form of clinging. The more you resist, the more power it gains. The secret is gentle awareness. Simply watch, simply notice, simply allow. Awareness itself transforms. Awareness itself dissolves the grip. As you deepen in this practice, you begin to notice a subtle shift. You are no longer pulled so strongly by every thought, every emotion, every attachment. You feel lighter. You feel more spacious. You can engage fully with life, yet you do not lose yourself. You can love, yet remain free. You can let go, yet remain whole. This is the power of detachment through awareness. Focus is the lens through which you experience reality. It is the spotlight of your awareness, the direction in which your energy flows. Whatever you focus on grows stronger, becomes more vivid, and begins to shape the way you perceive yourself and the world around you. Transformation of focus is therefore the art of reclaiming this lens, shifting it consciously, and using it as a tool of freedom rather than a source of bondage. Most people live without noticing where their focus rests. Their attention is scattered, pulled by noise, by memories, by fears, by desires. Like a leaf blown by the wind, the mind goes here, then there, never still, never centered. And because energy follows attention, their life force is spent on distractions. Their strength is leaked away into thoughts that bring no growth, into fears that never materialize, into attachments that only weigh them down. But focus is not fixed. It can be transformed. And when you transform your focus, you transform your life. To master your focus is to redirect the flow of your energy. It is to take back the power that was unconsciously given away. It is to choose, with awareness, what you will feed and what you will allow to fade. Consider how often your focus has been trapped by one thought, one memory, one person. The more you think, the larger it grows. The more you return to it, the stronger it becomes. Yet if you redirect your focus even slightly, the weight of that thought begins to dissolve. It is not the thought itself that is powerful. It is your focus that empowers it. Transformation of focus begins with understanding that you are not your thoughts. You are the one who chooses which thoughts to engage with. A thought is like a bird flying across the sky. If you stare at it, follow it, and give it your attention, it fills your vision. But if you allow it to pass, another sky appears vast and open. Focus is your choice of which bird to follow and which sky to remain in. When your focus is unconscious, you become a prisoner of habit. The mind naturally drifts toward negativity because survival has trained it to be alert to threats. It clings to past wounds because it fears repetition. It obsesses over the future because it craves security. But transformation of focus is the training of awareness to break this cycle. It is to say, I will not give all my attention to fear. I will not feed doubt until it grows into a forest. I will not let obsession consume my energy. I choose to redirect. This redirection is not forceful. It is gentle but firm. Imagine holding a compass. The needle may point one way, but you can turn the compass toward another direction. Slowly, with consistency, the new direction becomes natural. In the same way, you guide your focus again and again toward what nourishes you instead of what drains you. Transformation of focus does not mean ignoring difficulties. It means you stop magnifying them with endless attention. You see the problem clearly, but then you shift your focus to solutions, to growth, to possibilities. You feel the pain honestly, but then you focus on healing, on resilience, on the strength that arises from the challenge. Focus becomes a tool of transformation, turning obstacles into teachers and wounds into gateways of wisdom. There is a deep secret hidden in the nature of focus. What you focus on is what you become. Focus on fear, and you become fearful. Focus on peace, and peace fills your being. Focus on lack, and your life feels empty. Focus on gratitude, and abundance becomes your reality. Transformation of focus is therefore transformation of identity. By shifting your focus, you are reshaping who you are in each moment. Think of the sun. Its rays spread everywhere, warm but diffused. But when those same rays are focused through a magnifying glass, they create fire. Your energy is the same. Scattered focus keeps you lukewarm. Concentrated focus ignites transformation. This is why clarity of focus is so powerful. It concentrates your life force into a direction that brings growth, rather than letting it leak into endless distractions. Transformation of focus also requires awareness of the present moment. The mind loves to wander into the past or rush into the future, but the only place where life truly exists is here and now. When you train your focus to rest in the present, you regain energy that was lost in regret and worry. You begin to see life with clarity. You begin to live fully, instead of endlessly postponing peace. One of the simplest ways to transform focus is through the breath. The breath is always here, always present. When the mind drifts into obsession, bring your focus to the inhale, to the exhale. When your thoughts spiral, focus on the rhythm of breathing. Each breath becomes an anchor, pulling you back from the storm of distractions into the stillness of awareness. From this stillness, your focus can be directed consciously, instead of being pulled unconsciously. Transformation of focus is not only about moving away from what drains you, it is also about moving toward what uplifts you. Focus on growth, and you will grow. Focus on gratitude, and joy will blossom. Focus on purpose, and life will align. Every day, you are shaping your inner garden by choosing what seeds to water. The weeds will always be there, but you do not need to give them your focus. Water the flowers instead. Notice how your body changes with focus. When you focus on fear, your breath shortens, your muscles tighten, your heart races. When you focus on peace, your breath deepens, your body softens, your heart calms. The body responds instantly to the direction of your focus. This shows you the power you carry. At every moment, you can transform your state by transforming your focus. This practice requires patience. The mind will not change overnight. It has been conditioned for years to focus on certain patterns. But each time you redirect, you are creating a new pathway. Each time you shift your attention consciously, you are carving a new road in the brain. Over time, this new focus becomes natural. What once felt impossible to release begins to fade, and what once felt difficult to sustain becomes effortless. Transformation of focus is also about expansion. Often, suffering feels overwhelming because your focus is narrow. You zoom in on one thought, one problem, one person, until it fills your entire awareness. But when you expand your focus, you see the larger picture. The problem is still there, but it is surrounded by countless blessings. The pain is still there, but it exists within a vast sky of life. Awareness teaches you to widen the lens, so that no single thought dominates your inner world. You can practice this in simple ways. When your mind is trapped in worry, look at the sky, feel the vastness. When you are caught in tension, listen to the sound of the wind, the rhythm of your breath, the beating of your heart. When you are lost in thought, bring focus to your body, to the ground beneath your feet, to the sensations of this very moment. Each shift is a transformation, a reminder that you are larger than any single thought or emotion. In truth, transformation of focus is transformation of life itself, because where focus goes, energy flows, and where energy flows, reality grows. By shifting your focus, you are shaping the path of your own becoming. You are reclaiming the power that was scattered and using it to build strength, peace, and clarity. You are no longer a prisoner of where the mind wanders. You are the master of where the mind rests.
Shepherd of Rome, Sancte Gregory, Pastor Magnus, voice of the Church, teacher of nations, adjuvanos in humilitate scientia. Thy chants still echoes in holy temples, thy words still guide the pilgrim's soul. Gloria in excelsis Deo, Alleluia, Alleluia, Alleluia. Intercede for us, O blessed Pontiff, that we may serve in humble love. Presta nobis, Sancte Gregori, hearts united, voices raised to
This is the newly redesigned Dell AI PC with Intel inside. It's not just an AI computer, it's a computer built for AI. So you can do.
What if everything you've been taught about random events is completely wrong? What if the world around you operates on a hidden network of meaningful connections that most people never discover? Those moments when you think of someone and they immediately call. When you take an unexpected route and it saves your life. When the perfect opportunity appears exactly when you need it. These aren't lucky breaks or statistical flukes. They're direct messages from an intelligent universe that's constantly trying to communicate with you. For thousands of years, powerful institutions have worked to keep this knowledge hidden. Why? Because once you understand how synchronicity really works, you become impossible to control. You stop being a passive victim of circumstances and start recognizing your true power as someone who actively shapes their own reality. The educational system, media, and scientific establishment all depend on you believing that life is random and meaningless. But what if that's the biggest lie ever told? Let me ask you something personal. How often have you experienced that eerie feeling when you're thinking about someone and your phone buzzes with their message? How many times have you felt a sudden urge to change your plans, only to find out later that this decision prevented a disaster or led to an amazing opportunity? Most people dismiss these experiences as mere chance. But what if I told you these are actually precise interventions from a universal intelligence trying to guide your life? The famous psychologist Carl Jung was the first modern scientist to seriously study what he called meaningful coincidences, events that seem unrelated by normal cause and effect, but carry deep personal significance. While Jung's work was groundbreaking, he only scratched the surface of a much more profound truth. In his private writings, Jung admitted he had discovered something that could completely overturn our understanding of reality itself. Jung wrote in his personal notes, "These meaningful coincidences operate with mathematical precision, even though they appear to have no physical cause. They represent an entirely different way of understanding how reality works, one that challenges everything Western science believes about the nature of existence." Jung suspected, but never publicly declared, that these synchronicities prove the separation between mind and matter is nothing more than an illusion. What Jung only hinted at, we're going to explore completely. Synchronicity isn't just an interesting psychological phenomenon that happens occasionally. It's actually the fundamental operating system of reality itself. It's how the universe's intelligence communicates with you every single day, providing guidance, confirmation, and warnings exactly when you need them. The apparent chaos and randomness of modern life is actually a carefully constructed screen designed to hide this truth from you. Here's what's really happening. From the moment you were born, you've been systematically programmed to ignore the synchronistic messages that surround you constantly. You were taught to only trust what can be measured, weighed, and calculated. Any experience that doesn't fit this narrow worldview gets labeled as superstition, coincidence, or wishful thinking. This programming isn't accidental. It's a deliberate strategy to disconnect humanity from its natural ability to navigate reality through intuitive guidance. When people remain ignorant of synchronicity, they become perfect consumers, obedient employees, and easily manipulated citizens. They look outside themselves for answers, validation, and direction. But synchronicity reveals a disturbing truth for those in power. You were never meant to be a helpless victim of random circumstances. You've always been an active participant in creating your own reality, even when you didn't realize it. Every event in your life is actually an external reflection of your internal state. Your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and energy patterns in each moment. This creative power, your ability to directly influence what shows up in your physical experience, might be the most carefully protected secret in human history. It's no accident that mainstream science insists you're just a random biological accident in a cold, mechanical universe. This story keeps you disconnected from your true potential. When you start recognizing the synchronicities in your life, something irreversible happens. The veil begins to lift, hidden patterns become visible. Your communication with universal intelligence becomes clearer and more direct. This awakening poses a serious threat to external control systems, because someone who understands synchronistic forces can't be manipulated through fear, scarcity programming, or divide and conquer tactics. Learning to read synchronicities isn't just intellectual curiosity, it's a revolutionary act of personal freedom. It's your first step toward reclaiming the innate power you've always possessed as a conscious creator of your experience. This ability has been lying dormant beneath layers of social conditioning that systematically deny how interconnected reality really is. The uncomfortable truth is this: you were never actually separate from the universe you're observing. Your consciousness isn't some accidental byproduct of brain chemistry. It's a localized expression of the same universal awareness.
Are you looking to establish your business using an address other than your home? Wish you had a professional business address and phone number instead of your home address and personal number? Wouldn't it be great if you could read and manage your business mail from anywhere? iPostal One can help. With an iPostal One virtual business address, it's easy to stay connected, protect your privacy, and enhance your business image. You'll be able to receive mail and packages from any carrier and register your business using your new business address. View and manage your mail the day we receive it using our app or website. You can even pick it up. So how does it work? Simply choose a business address at any of the thousands of office buildings, workspaces, or shipping stores in our international network. If you want a phone and fax number that's just for your business, we can do that too. Then you can update all your business contact details with a professional address and phone number. When your mail arrives, we'll take a picture of the envelope or package, upload it to your account, and send you a notification when it's ready to view. From there, you just log into your account and tell us what you want to do with each item. Forward, scan, schedule a pickup, discard, or shred it, and we'll do the rest. With thousands of great reviews, our customers love our service. Stay connected to your business 24/7 with an iPostal One virtual business address. Sign up today at iPostalOne.com.
That permeates everything in existence. Synchronicities are the exact moments when this fundamental connection becomes temporarily visible, breaking through the illusion of separation that dominates ordinary human experience. This understanding didn't appear out of nowhere in modern times. Long before the 20th century gave it a name, ancient civilizations operated with complete awareness of this invisible web of meaningful connections. In fact, The suppression of this knowledge represents one of the most successful cover-ups in human history, systematically erasing millennia of accumulated wisdom about how reality actually functions. The ancient Chinese encoded this wisdom in the I Ching, an oracle system based entirely on the principle that each moment in time carries inherent qualities that link seemingly unrelated events. What modern science dismisses as coincidence, the I Ching recognized as natural expressions of the universe's underlying order. But here's what most people don't know. The I Ching wasn't just a philosophical system. It was a precise technology for reading the informational patterns embedded in each moment of time. Ancient Chinese scholars understood that time itself has texture, density, and information content. They developed sophisticated methods for extracting meaning from the quantum foam of possibility that surrounds every decision point. When someone consulted the I Ching, they weren't seeking fortune-telling or magical predictions. They were accessing real-time data about the energetic currents flowing through that specific moment in the space-time continuum. Egyptian mystery schools possessed equally advanced knowledge about synchronistic navigation. The hieroglyphic system wasn't just a written language. It was a symbolic technology for encoding multidimensional information into physical reality. Each hieroglyph functioned as a holographic trigger, capable of activating specific states of consciousness and attracting corresponding external experiences. Egyptian initiates learned to read the synchronistic messages embedded in daily life with the same precision.
Hey everybody, Walton Goggins here. Starting a business is never easy, but with GoDaddy Aero, that endeavor is about to become a whole lot easier.
Hey man, you got this.
Create a website that looks like you know what you're doing, even if you don't know what you're doing, because you're using a website that developed a tool that knows exactly what it's doing. It helps you design a logo. This is what we came up with. We put it here, we put it everywhere on our website, and we even put it right here. What I'm telling you, from one central command center, you can have all your social media empire operating. You're doing it all, everything, fast. Let's go, Daddy!
Podbean's mobile podcast recording studio allows you to record and publish your podcast from anytime, anywhere. Easily record yourself, your friends, your coworkers, or your live stream from your phone. Edit your podcast by adding your own intro or outro, sound effects, background music, and post-processing. Edit your podcast in our podcast recording studio. Publish your episode to any one of your podcasts right from your phone. Use Podbean AI to automatically optimize your audio and generate your show content. Our AI audio optimization features filtering and auto EQ, an intelligent leveler, cutting filler words and silence, and noise reduction. Podbean AI's generated content includes automated title and show notes, AI-generated transcripts, and precisely crafted chapter markers. Take your podcast listening experience for your audience to the next level. Publish anytime, anywhere. Download now on the App Store or on Google Play.
That modern scientists read mathematical equations. The deliberate destruction of the Library of Alexandria wasn't just about burning books. It was about erasing humanity's accumulated knowledge of consciousness technology. Thousands of texts detailing practical methods for conscious reality creation, synchronistic navigation, and multi-dimensional communication were systematically eliminated to ensure future generations would remain ignorant of their true capabilities. Shamanic cultures across every continent intuited what science is now slowly confirming. Reality isn't objective or independent of the consciousness observing it. Instead, there's a continuous interaction between the observer and what's being observed, between mind and physical matter. For shamans, synchronicities weren't strange anomalies. but obvious evidence of this fundamental interaction between consciousness and reality. Ancient Indian Vedantic philosophy went even further, declaring that all perceived separation is illusion, what they called Maya. What we experience as separate events happening in different times and places are actually just ripples on the surface of one indivisible ocean of consciousness. In this tradition, synchronicities are simply moments when the illusion of separation temporarily dissolves, revealing the underlying unity of all existence. Modern synchronicity research emerged through careful documentation of unexplainable correlations between people's inner psychological states and outer physical events. For decades, researchers collected cases where external events seemed to perfectly mirror internal mental and emotional states. This systematic correlation between inner and outer worlds led to theories about a unified field of information that operates beyond the normal limits of space and time. Synchronicity suggests an unbreakable connection between the psychological condition of the observer and external physical events. This perspective predicted discoveries in quantum physics that would later demonstrate how conscious observation literally changes the behavior of matter at the atomic level. Quantum physics equations revealed that particles separated by vast distances remain instantly connected, providing the first mathematical model for what mystics had intuited for thousands of years. Mexican neuroscientist Jacobo Grinberg took these theoretical concepts further by experimentally proving how human consciousness directly affects physical reality through what he termed the neuronal field. His revolutionary experiments showed that people in deep meditative states could measurably alter quantum coherence patterns in their immediate environment. Grinberg provided scientific proof for what spiritual traditions had claimed for millennia. The mind doesn't just perceive reality, it actively participates in creating it. This groundbreaking research was suddenly interrupted when Grinberg mysteriously vanished in 1994, a disappearance that many connect to the potentially world-changing nature of his discoveries. His work fundamentally challenged the materialist worldview by empirically demonstrating that consciousness isn't just a side effect of brain activity, but a fundamental force capable of directly interacting with the quantum field that underlies physical reality. But Grinberg's research revealed something even more extraordinary that mainstream science still refuses to acknowledge. He discovered that advanced meditators could create what he called syntropy, the ability to influence events backwards through time. In controlled laboratory conditions, he documented cases where meditation practitioners could measurably affect random number generators and quantum random event generators minutes before they even knew these devices existed. This backwards flowing influence suggests that consciousness operates outside the normal constraints of linear time. When you experience a synchronicity, you're not just receiving a message from the universal field. You might actually be receiving communication from your own future self, providing guidance from a timeline where you've already resolved your current challenges. This would explain why synchronicities often carry such precise, personally relevant information that seems impossible for any external intelligence to possess.
Progressive makes it easy to see if you can save money with a commercial auto quote online, so you can get back to your monster to-do list.
Super helpful.
See if you can save money at progressivecommercial.com.
Thank you.
Coach here to tell you about an all-star bundle. It's Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN. And right now you can get all three with a special limited time offer. It's as easy as catching a football. It's as easy as catching a football. It's as easy as catching a football. Oh yeah!
Yes. I'm a baby. Typically you say ready before you throw it.
Disney Plus, Hulu, and all of ESPN. 3 All-Stars, 1 incredible offer.
Grinberg also documented the phenomenon of brain synchrony between individuals who had established deep emotional connections. When one person in a bonded pair was shown a flashing light, the other person's brain would show identical neural firing patterns, even when they were separated by hundreds of miles with no possibility of normal communication. This suggests that consciousness creates non-local entanglement between people, forming invisible networks of shared awareness that transcend physical separation. In his influential book, The Holographic Universe, researcher Michael Talbot combined these discoveries into a unified model of reality where synchronicities aren't anomalies, but natural expressions of the universe's holographic structure. Talbot proposed that the cosmos functions like a massive hologram, where each small piece contains the complete information of the entire system. Just like each fragment of a hologram contains the whole image, each moment potentially contains information about the entire universe. Talbot's holographic model perfectly explains why synchronicities occur. In a holographic universe, the separation between events is fundamentally illusory. What appears distant in normal space and time remains intimately connected at the level of the underlying information field. Synchronicities are simply moments when this fundamental interconnection becomes temporarily visible in conscious experience. The mainstream scientific paradigm systematically suppresses these discoveries because they threaten its core assumptions. A universe where consciousness directly influences matter, where events separated in space and time can be meaningfully connected without direct physical causation, is completely incompatible with the mechanistic materialism that supports current power structures. Talbot's holographic universe theory, combined with Grinberg's experimental proof of the neuronal field, provides a complete scientific framework for understanding synchronicity not as superstition or wishful thinking, but as a fundamental property of reality. This model perfectly bridges ancient spiritual wisdom with cutting-edge discoveries in quantum physics, neuroscience, and information theory. The continued marginalization of this knowledge doesn't reflect lack of evidence, but ideological resistance to its profound revolutionary implications. A true understanding of synchronicity threatens not only outdated scientific paradigms, but also social, economic, and political systems that fundamentally depend on maintaining the illusion of separation and individual powerlessness. Throughout your entire existence, you've been conditioned to view reality as a collection of fragmented, unconnected events controlled by the harsh laws of chance and probability. This fragmented perspective isn't just incomplete, it's intentionally deceptive. The fundamental truth that very few people dare to state openly is this: nothing happens by accident. Nothing. Ever. Every encounter, every event, every passing thought that enters your awareness is precisely coordinated within an invisible network that connects all things. This invisible network doesn't operate according to the limited laws of classical physics, but through principles of energetic resonance and vibrational correspondence. Just like two guitar strings tuned to the same note will vibrate together even without physical contact, your personal energetic frequency, determined by your dominant thoughts, emotions, and states of consciousness, inevitably attracts experiences that match that frequency. The vibrational state you maintain isn't some abstract metaphysical concept, but a measurable neurobiological reality created by the electromagnetic fields generated by your heart and brain. These electromagnetic fields aren't contained within the boundaries of your physical body, but extend outward and interact with the quantum field that underlies material reality. Every thought you think, every emotion you feel, literally changes the configuration of this field, attracting experiences that correspond to your unique energetic signature. Jacobo Grinberg documented this phenomenon through precise neurological experiments, demonstrating how internal mental states create specific interference patterns in what he called the neuronal field, the fundamental matrix of information and energy that underlies physical matter. His studies show that emotions like fear, anger, and scarcity create chaotic, destructive patterns in this field, while states like love, gratitude, and peace generate harmonious patterns of high coherence. What you experience as external reality is simply the physical manifestation of these vibrational patterns.
This Hulu Plus Live TV lineup is stacked. Let's meet the All-Stars. Live TV, Hulu, Disney Plus, and ESPN Plus.
This is insane.
Hulu Plus Live TV, where live sports meets entertainment.
Negative synchronicities, repeated obstacles, destructive relationships, ongoing financial struggles aren't cosmic punishments, but precise feedback from the field reflecting your predominant internal states. Similarly, positive synchronicities, unexpected opportunities, life-changing encounters, and creative breakthroughs are natural manifestations of internal states of expansion and possibility. This understanding completely revolutionizes how we approach problem-solving and goal achievement. Instead of trying to force outcomes through willpower and effort alone, conscious individuals learn to shift their internal frequency first, knowing that external circumstances must inevitably reorganize to match this new energetic signature. This is why some people seem to effortlessly attract success, love, and abundance, while others struggle despite working much harder. They've unconsciously mastered the art of frequency alignment. The most successful entrepreneurs, artists, and innovators throughout history have intuitively understood this principle, even without the scientific language to describe it. They learned to follow their inner guidance system, making decisions based on what felt energetically aligned rather than what appeared most logical on paper. Steve Jobs called it following your intuition and trusting that it will lead you somewhere meaningful. What he was really describing was navigation through synchronistic awareness. Modern neuroscience has now identified the specific brain networks responsible for this intuitive navigation system. The default mode network, active during rest and introspection, shows increased connectivity in individuals who regularly experience meaningful synchronicities. This network appears to function as an internal GPS system, constantly scanning the quantum field for patterns and possibilities that align with your authentic expression. The pineal gland, often called the third eye in spiritual traditions, plays a crucial role in this process. Recent research shows that the pineal gland contains magnetite crystals that respond to electromagnetic fields, essentially functioning as a biological compass for navigating the informational currents of the quantum field. When you experience that sudden knowing about which direction to take or which choice to make, you're literally receiving magnetic guidance from the field through this biological navigation system. This reality creation mechanism operates whether you believe in it or not. Just like the law of gravity doesn't need your permission to function, The law of vibrational resonance shapes your experience regardless of your conscious awareness. The crucial difference is that while gravity operates automatically, your vibrational frequency is under your direct control once you understand how the underlying mechanism works. Modern quantum mechanics confirms what Talbot described in his holographic universe theory. At the most fundamental level, reality doesn't consist of solid objects separated in empty space, but of probability fields that collapse into defined states only when observed.
Boost Mobile has an unlimited plan for $25 a month forever.
Forever? Really?
Forever. Yes, forever for the rest of your life.
The rest of my life? Oh boy!
Your consciousness isn't merely a passive observer of this process, but an active participant in determining which possibilities become concrete experience. The apparent mysteries of quantum physics, superposition, non-locality, quantum entanglement, are confusing only when viewed through the limited lens of mechanistic materialism. When understood as natural expressions of a fundamentally holographic universe, where each part contains the whole and where consciousness and matter are complementary aspects of the same underlying reality, these mysteries reveal themselves as elegant and predictable properties of the cosmos. The separation you perceive between yourself and the world is the primary illusion that conceals this fundamental truth. Your consciousness isn't trapped inside your skull, observing an external reality through the limited windows of your physical senses. It's a non-local field that interpenetrates and continuously interacts with the broader universal field, co-creating moment by moment what you perceive as objective reality. Spiritual traditions that teach you create your own reality aren't offering empty motivational slogans or feel-good metaphors. They're stating a literal truth about the nature of existence, a truth systematically hidden by institutions that depend on your passive acceptance of an apparently fixed and unchangeable reality. When you understand that synchronicity isn't the exception, but the fundamental rule of the cosmos, your entire perception of life undergoes a radical transformation. There are no victims of random chance, only unconscious co-creators. There are no lucky or unlucky coincidences, only precise manifestations of your predominant energetic frequency. The invisible network that permeates all existence isn't an external force acting upon you, but the medium through which your own consciousness expresses itself as concrete experience. The universe is continuously communicating with you through an elegant language that goes beyond words, a language of symbols, numbers, and patterns that most people have been trained to overlook. This communication isn't random or accidental, but a sophisticated feedback system designed to guide you back into alignment with your authentic nature. Symbols serve as bridges between the visible and invisible realms, between the explicit and implicit, between conscious and unconscious awareness. Repeating numerical patterns represent the most obvious manifestation of this symbolic language. When you begin noticing sequences like 111, 222, 333, or 1234 repeatedly appearing on license plates, receipts, clocks, or addresses, you're not experiencing statistical coincidences, but coded messages directed specifically to your consciousness. Each numerical sequence carries a distinct vibration and communicates a specific message. The sequence 111, for instance, traditionally signals an opening of accelerated manifestation, where your thoughts materialize more quickly than usual. The pattern 222 frequently indicates that you're moving in the right direction, even when external evidence suggests otherwise. The sequence 333 generally appears as confirmation of support from higher dimensions of consciousness. These aren't random interpretations, but consistently documented patterns observed by thousands of people over many years. Encounters with specific animals at meaningful moments represent another aspect of this universal language. When a hawk crosses your path exactly as you're considering an important decision, or when a butterfly repeatedly appears during a period of personal transformation, these aren't coincidences, but intentional communications. Each animal carries distinct vibrational frequencies that resonate with different aspects of human consciousness. Michael Talbot, in his research on the holographic universe, noted that these symbols function as holographic triggers, access points that connect your individual consciousness to the broader informational field. When you encounter one of these symbols at a significant moment, an instant synchronization occurs between your local consciousness.
How much could you save by switching your car insurance to Allstate? Well, let's say this is you. Hello. And this is you with $713. Woohoo! Drivers who switch to Allstate save an average of $713.
And the universal holographic matrix, allowing the transfer of information that transcends normal space-time limitations. Prophetic dreams represent another dimension of this symbolic communication. When you dream of an event that later occurs in physical reality, you're not passively predicting the future, but accessing the field of non-local possibilities that exists beyond the linear constraints of time. This access naturally occurs during sleep because the cognitive filters that normally limit your perception to 3 physical dimensions temporarily relax, allowing more direct perception of reality's multidimensional nature. The language of archetypes, the universal patterns of meaning that transcend individual cultures and historical periods, constitutes the deepest level of this symbolic communication. When archetypal patterns such as the hero's journey, the wise teacher, or the guardian of the threshold manifest in your life through specific encounters, you're not experiencing coincidences, but the precise unfolding of your personal evolutionary journey. Each archetype carries a specific set of lessons and catalysts for consciousness expansion. This sophisticated symbolic language isn't recognized by conventional science because it operates through meaning rather than mechanical causation. Meaning is inherently subjective and contextual, impossible to quantify through the reductionist methods of scientific materialism. This methodological limitation is often presented as evidence that the phenomenon doesn't exist, when in fact it merely reveals the fundamental inadequacies of the materialist paradigm for understanding non-physical aspects of reality. Digital synchronicities represent a new frontier of this symbolic communication. When your phone rings with an important message precisely at the moment you were thinking about that person, or when a specific song begins playing that contains exactly the message you needed to hear. These aren't random glitches in digital algorithms, but manifestations of the same universal intelligence adapting to the new technological extensions of human consciousness. The emergence of artificial intelligence and digital technology has actually amplified synchronistic communication rather than diminishing it. AI algorithms, despite appearing purely mechanical, operate through pattern recognition systems that mirror the holographic structure of consciousness itself. When you experience technological synchronicities, like ads appearing for exactly what you need, or random shuffle playing the perfect song, you're witnessing the quantum field expressing itself through digital networks. social media platforms, search engines, and recommendation algorithms have become unwitting amplifiers of synchronistic communication. The same quantum principles that govern meaningful coincidences in physical reality now operate through digital networks, creating technological synchronicities that guide you toward people, information, and opportunities aligned with your evolution. This is why you might randomly encounter exactly the right video, article, or post at the perfect moment. The algorithm isn't just analyzing your data, it's channeling the synchronistic flow of information. Even more fascinating is the phenomenon of digital twin flames. People who experience uncanny synchronicities through online interactions despite never having met physically. They might post similar thoughts simultaneously, experience technical glitches at identical moments, or discover they were online at the exact same times without any coordination. These digital synchronicities suggest that consciousness creates entanglement through any medium, including virtual networks. The internet itself functions as a technological nervous system for humanity, allowing synchronistic communication to flow instantaneously across global networks. When someone on the other side of the world posts exactly the insight you needed to read, or when you discover a piece of information through a seemingly random click that changes your life's direction, you're experiencing the internet as a medium for collective consciousness communication. What's most important to understand is that this symbolic language operates continuously, whether you notice it or not. The key difference between those who live lives apparently controlled by chance and those who navigate precisely through meaningful synchronicities isn't the presence or absence of these signs, but their ability to consciously recognize and interpret them. Your social conditioning was carefully designed to prevent this recognition. From early childhood, you were taught to dismiss as imagination or coincidence exactly those experiences that would reveal your intimate connection with the intelligent field of the universe. This conditioning isn't accidental, but a deliberate strategy to keep humanity disconnected from its natural capacity for intuitive navigation through multidimensional reality. The first step to liberate yourself from this limiting conditioning is simply to begin paying attention. Notice the patterns that emerge in your life. Observe which symbols, numbers, animals, or themes appear repeatedly at significant moments. Record these occurrences without judgment or hasty interpretation. Gradually, you'll begin to recognize coherent patterns, the unique signature of how the universe communicates specifically with you. I'd love to hear about your own synchronicity experiences in the comments below. What patterns have you noticed in your life that seem too meaningful to be mere coincidence? The concept that your emotions directly influence your reality isn't a mystical spiritual claim, but a verifiable neurobiological fact. Your emotional experience isn't confined to the boundaries of your physical body. It generates measurable electromagnetic fields that extend far beyond your bodily limits and directly interact with the environment around you.
A CRM shouldn't set your teams back. It should revolutionize the way they work. A CRM shouldn't block your workflow. It should make it fly. A CRM shouldn't let customers slip through the cracks. It should connect them to your teams. A CRM shouldn't leave you in the dark. It should deliver insights clear as day. Get started for free.
This isn't a poetic metaphor, but a physical reality documented by sophisticated scientific instruments. The HeartMath Institute, a leading research organization, has proven that the electromagnetic field generated by the human heart is approximately 60 times more powerful in amplitude than that generated by the brain, and can be detected several meters away from the body. This field isn't static, but changes dramatically according to your emotional states. Emotions such as fear, anxiety, and anger produce chaotic and incoherent patterns in this field, while emotions such as gratitude, love, and compassion generate highly coherent and harmonious patterns. Jacobo Grinberg extensively documented how these emotional fields directly interact with what he called the neuronal field, the fundamental matrix of information energy that underlies material reality. His experiments demonstrated that negative emotional states create destructive interference patterns in this field, literally disrupting the quantum possibilities available for manifestation, while positive emotional states create constructive interference patterns that amplify and organize these possibilities. What does this mean in practical terms? Simply that your predominant emotional frequency not only reflects your internal reality, but literally shapes the field of possibilities that will manifest as your external experience. When you remain in emotional states of fear, scarcity, or victimization, you're literally tuning yourself away from the frequencies where your solutions, opportunities, and meaningful connections exist. The human brain functions primarily as a filtering mechanism, not a perception mechanism. Of the billions of bits of information available at any moment, your brain allows only a tiny fraction to reach your conscious awareness. This filtering process isn't neutral or objective, but profoundly influenced by your predominant emotional states. When you operate from fear, your brain literally filters out information that could contradict this emotional frequency, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of danger and scarcity. Michael Talbot observed that these emotional frequencies function as access codes to specific portions of the universal holographic field. When you consistently maintain a particular emotional frequency, you're effectively tuning into the corresponding channel of multidimensional reality, accessing only those possibilities that resonate with your predominant internal vibration. This understanding of the neuroscience of emotions explains why different people can experience radically different realities while inhabiting the same physical environments. They're not simply interpreting the same reality in different ways. They're literally accessing and materializing different subsets of the infinite field of possibilities, determined directly by their predominant emotional frequencies. The implications for physical health are equally significant. Research in psychoneuroimmunology demonstrates that emotional states of fear and chronic stress dramatically suppress immune function, while states of love, gratitude, and peace enhance it. This correlation isn't metaphorical, but biochemical. Specific emotional states trigger precise hormonal cascades that directly regulate your immune response, cellular repair, and gene expression. The conscious transformation of your emotional frequency is not, therefore, an exercise in superficial positive thinking, but a precise neurobiological intervention that fundamentally alters not only how you perceive reality, but which aspects of multidimensional reality you're able to access and materialize as concrete experience. The most effective method for consciously elevating your emotional frequency isn't trying to suppress negative emotions, but deliberately cultivating states of gratitude, appreciation, and unconditional love. Even in challenging circumstances, genuinely finding aspects for which to feel grateful instantly reconfigures your cardiac electromagnetic field, tuning it to higher frequencies of the universal holographic field. Learning to recognize and interpret your personal synchronicities isn't a mystical talent reserved for a few gifted individuals, but a practical skill that can be systematically developed.
Progressive Commercial Insurance offers affordable small business protection. You can receive discounts on commercial auto insurance for safe driving and paying in full, and get customizable coverages for your business.
The first obstacle to overcome is the automatically programmed resistance in your mind to dismiss these events as mere coincidences. This automatic dismissal response isn't accidental. It's the direct result of cultural conditioning that deliberately suppresses your natural ability to recognize meaningful patterns beyond the surface of physical reality. To begin decoding your personal synchronistic language, start a synchronicity journal. Carefully document each occurrence that seems meaningful, unexpected encounters, repeating numerical patterns, dreams that correlate with subsequent events, thoughts about someone immediately followed by contact from that person. The act of conscious documentation creates a neurological pattern of attention that automatically amplifies your perception of these events. The key to interpreting synchronicities isn't imposing arbitrary meanings based on generic interpretations, but discovering your unique symbolic language. While universal archetypes exist, the specific expression of these archetypes in your life is highly personalized. The meaning of a crow appearing at critical moments for you may be completely different from its meaning for someone else, depending on your personal experiences, emotional associations, and specific evolutionary path. To map your personal synchronistic language, look for repeating patterns. Which symbols, numbers, animals, or situations repeatedly appear at meaningful moments? What specific emotions do you experience when these patterns emerge? Is there a correlation between specific synchronicities and subsequent decisions or directions in your life? This mapping gradually reveals a unique symbolic vocabulary through which the universal field communicates specifically with you. A crucial aspect often overlooked is the distinction between psychological projection and authentic synchronicity. Projections are impositions of meaning based on personal desires, fears, or expectations, while genuine synchronicities carry a quality of surprise, precision, and relevance that transcends subjective interpretations. The distinction between them isn't immediately obvious, but becomes progressively clearer with the practice of awakened attention. Michael Talbot observed that authentic synchronicities often carry a distinctive energetic signature, an almost physical sensation of recognition or clicking that resonates at deeper levels than analytical thinking. This sensation isn't emotional or fanciful, but a direct perception of the coherence between the external event and its internal meaning, similar to the experience of instantly recognizing a complex pattern without conscious mental processing. Moments of spontaneous flow, when everything seems to unfold effortlessly, doors unexpectedly open, and necessary resources appear precisely when needed, are powerful indicators of alignment with the synchronistic field. Similarly, persistent obstacles, delays, or systematic blockages often signal misalignment with your authentic path. These signs aren't punishments or rewards, but neutral feedback from the field about your degree of resonance with your most genuine expression. To amplify your synchronistic perception, practice daily moments of mental stillness and conscious presence. The hyperactive mind, constantly engaged in analysis, judgment, and planning, is incapable of perceiving the subtle patterns of synchronicity. Only when habitual cognitive filters temporarily relax, during meditation, creative activities, or immersion in nature, does your perception expand sufficiently to register these subtle communications. Jacobo Grinberg documented how the regular practice of mental stillness literally reconfigures the neural networks responsible for perceptual filtering, progressively expanding the bandwidth of information that reaches your conscious awareness. This process isn't metaphorical. but a measurable neuroplastic reorganization that fundamentally alters which aspects of multidimensional reality you're able to perceive directly. The deepest interpretation of your personal synchronicities emerges through contemplative reflection without expectations or agendas. Ask yourself, which aspect of my growth or consciousness is this pattern illuminating?
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that just shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
Simple actions can have massive effects.
You can cooperate with people, compete with them, make friendships, deceive them, betray them.
It's amazing to think that it's all just other players.
More players start coming. It just starts this complete cascade of actions, and you don't know what's going to happen.
It is a free-for-all. We'll get locked up and shot instantly. People start dying left, right, and centre. It's just something that you can't get anywhere else. It's just the rush like no other.
All good Everybody's on this journey and writing their own stories, and that is probably the simplest way I can describe Eve.
Things continue to change and evolve. It's awesome. I love it. Part of Eve.
What dormant quality or potential is being activated? What limiting belief or pattern is being challenged? The most significant answers rarely come as logical thoughts, but as intuitive insights that resonate with a quality of recognizable truth beyond conventional reasoning. Drop a comment and share what breakthrough moment or shift in perspective you've experienced since understanding these concepts. Your story might be exactly what someone else needs to hear right now. Most people live their entire lives as unconscious participants in the reality creation process. They automatically react to circumstances, attribute their difficulties to bad luck or cosmic unfairness, and celebrate their successes as fortunate accidents of fate. This stance of passivity, deliberately encouraged by institutions that depend on your compliance, represents the most fundamental waste of human potential. The unconscious abandonment of your innate power as a deliberate architect of your own experience. The transition from unconscious creator to conscious co-creator isn't merely a philosophical change, but a practical revolution in your moment-to-moment interaction with the matrix of reality. When you understand that your vibrational frequency directly determines which possibilities materialize as concrete experience, you assume responsibility not only for your external actions, but for your internal states that precede and shape those actions. In the professional sphere, this consciousness manifests as an inexplicable ability to attract precisely the opportunities, connections, and resources necessary for your authentic expression. Business leaders who operate with this understanding frequently report an apparently impossible sequence of fortunate coincidences that open doors inaccessible through conventional means. They're not manipulating reality through magical techniques, but simply consciously aligning with the natural expression of their authentic purpose. In personal relationships, synchronistic awareness radically transforms the dynamics of interaction. The understanding that each person who enters your life represents a precise manifestation of your vibrational frequency completely eliminates the tendency toward victimization or blame. Recurring destructive relationships aren't karmic punishments or bad luck, but precise feedback on unresolved aspects of your own energetic field that unconsciously attract these experiences as opportunities for healing and integration.
Build a thriving community and monetize with memberships and pay-per-view. With built-in AI tools, save time and create engaging content. Don't just dream it. Customize your platform. Build a community. Grow your revenue. Take control of your content. Try Fan Hero free for 14 days and see what it's like to own your community. Fan Hero, your community, your rules.
This principle explains why people often attract the same relationship patterns repeatedly until they resolve the underlying energetic distortion. Your romantic partners, friends, colleagues, and even difficult family members all serve as mirrors reflecting back specific aspects of your consciousness that require attention. Once you heal the internal pattern, these external dynamics automatically shift because the vibrational template that attracted them no longer exists. Advanced practitioners learn to read relationships as living synchronicities. They can identify which aspect of their consciousness each person represents and what healing or growth opportunity the relationship is designed to facilitate. A controlling partner might reflect your own need to surrender and trust. A dishonest friend might mirror your own tendency toward self-deception. A supportive mentor might appear when you're ready to step into your own power. The most profound relationship synchronicities occur when two people are simultaneously working on complementary aspects of their consciousness evolution. These relationships often begin with an immediate recognition, a sense of having known each other before, or a series of impossible coincidences that brought them together. Such connections aren't random encounters, but pre-designed meetings between souls committed to mutual awakening. Family dynamics represent some of the most complex, synchronistic arrangements. Children often choose parents who will provide exactly the challenging or supportive environment needed for their soul's development. This explains why children can have such different experiences within the same family. Each is working with personalized synchronistic arrangements designed for their unique evolutionary needs. Understanding these relationship dynamics as synchronistic mirrors completely transforms how you navigate social interactions. Instead of reacting emotionally to other people's behavior, you learn to ask, what aspect of my consciousness is this person reflecting? What is this dynamic teaching me about myself? This perspective shift immediately elevates relationship conflicts into opportunities for consciousness expansion. Decision-making based on synchronicities completely transcends conventional methods of logical analysis. When properly understood, the synchronistic flow serves as an infallible navigation system, revealing not the easiest or most logically obvious path, but the course most aligned with your authentic evolution. Decisions made in harmony with this flow often seem illogical by conventional standards, but invariably reveal their profound wisdom through the subsequent unfolding of events. Internal blocks to conscious manifestation aren't deficiencies of technique or knowledge, but distortions in the personal vibrational field caused by unexamined limiting beliefs. The subconscious conviction of scarcity, unworthiness, or inevitable danger creates destructive interference patterns in the quantum field of possibilities, effectively canceling your conscious efforts at positive manifestation. The identification and transformation of these subconscious frequencies represent the fundamental work for any conscious manifester. The ethics of responsibility in a synchronistic universe completely transcends conventional moralities based on obedience to external authorities. When you understand that each thought, emotion, and intention vibrates in the universal field, directly affecting the holographic whole, you naturally adopt a stance of personal integrity based not on fear of punishment, but on the direct understanding that everything you project into the field inevitably returns amplified as personal experience. This expanded responsibility isn't a heavy burden, but the ultimate liberation from external manipulations that fundamentally depend on your disconnection from the natural synchronistic flow. A human being fully aligned with their nature as a conscious co-creator becomes absolutely impossible to control through propaganda, fear, or material incentives, representing the most dangerous possible threat to systems that depend on passive obedience to manufactured consensus. The truth about synchronicity has remained concealed for so long, not due to lack of evidence, but because of the revolutionary potential it contains. An individual who fully understands that nothing happens by accident instantly becomes free from the fundamental illusions that sustain contemporary power structures. This understanding isn't merely intellectual, but embodied. Once genuinely integrated, it irreversibly transforms your experience of reality. The most advanced science and spirituality converge on this single, undeniable truth. You are never separate from the universe you observe. Your consciousness isn't confined inside your skull, but exists as a non-local field that constantly interacts with the broader universal field. This interaction isn't occasional or peripheral, but the very mechanism through which your reality manifests moment to moment. The synchronicities in your life aren't statistical anomalies, but the language through which the holographic universe communicates directly with you. The repeating numerical patterns, meaningful encounters, prophetic dreams, and inexplicable coincidences are access points where the underlying implicit order momentarily becomes visible within the explicit order of conventional experience.
When I switched to Allstate, I saved hundreds. My old insurance company raised my rates, so I started looking around. Allstate made it really easy to switch, and I was able to get better coverage for a better price.
Your emotional frequency, the vibrational field generated by your predominant internal states, directly determines which aspects of the infinite field of possibilities will manifest as your concrete experience. States of fear, scarcity, and separation literally tune you away from the frequencies where your solutions and opportunities exist, while states of gratitude, love, and presence naturally align you with the synchronistic flow that supports your most authentic expression. Understanding that nothing in your life occurs by chance means every synchronicity is a direct communication from the universal field. The question now becomes, how will you choose to live with this knowledge? Will you continue overlooking the signs that constantly manifest around you? Or will you consciously embrace your role as a deliberate architect of your own experience? Consider watching this video again tomorrow morning to reinforce these concepts and set the synchronistic tone for your day. Or better yet, share this with someone who's ready for this level of understanding. When you share consciousness-expanding knowledge like this, you create an energetic ripple effect that not only helps them awaken to their creative power, but also reinforces your own connection to the synchronistic field and accelerates manifestation for both of you. true transformation begins with recognizing your role as a co-creator. And the most effective way to connect with this divine intelligence is through meditation and conscious awareness practices. There are specific techniques and audio tools designed to help you access these higher states of consciousness and strengthen your synchronistic perception. When you're ready to take this journey seriously, these resources can accelerate your awakening to the profound interconnected nature of reality and your power within it. Now that you understand synchronicity operates through quantum principles, you need to understand how your consciousness directly shapes reality through observation itself. The double-slit experiment reveals the shocking truth about how your awareness literally collapses quantum possibilities into concrete experience, proving you're not just receiving synchronistic messages, you're actively creating reality moment by moment through the very act of conscious observation.
I'm Amy Poehler, and I'm on house arrest. Okay. In my class, we're gonna discuss how these improv principles affect your real life. Can't be halfway in. It limits you from connection, experience, and being in the present moment. I am a big proponent of doing things before you're ready. You can watch the parade go by and you can say, I'm just gonna wait for the perfect float. But if we are all waiting to be 100% ready, the parade will go by. I'm Amy Poehler, and this is Pastorcraft Masterclass.
You've been living inside a story that was never yours to begin with. A story where your inner state depends on everyone and everything around you. Where strangers hold the keys to your peace. Where circumstances dictate your emotional reality. Where you're constantly at the mercy of forces outside your control. But what if I told you there's an entirely different way to exist in this world? What if you could move through life completely untouched by the chaos that sends everyone else spiraling? There are beings among us who seem to operate from a different dimension of consciousness. You've seen them, the ones who remain centered when everyone else is losing their minds. Someone attacks their character. They smile with genuine compassion. A crisis unfolds around them. They respond with clear, calm action. The world tries to pull them into drama. They simply don't participate. It's as if they've discovered a secret frequency that makes them immune to the emotional turbulence that drowns most people. The question that changes everything is this: what do they understand about the nature of reality that most people never grasp? Because here's what's happening in the quantum field of consciousness. Most humans are living as if they're victims of their own experience, as if reality is something that happens to them rather than something they're actively creating through their state of being. Think about how most people navigate their days. Weather turns gray and their mood shifts with it. A text message goes unanswered and their self-worth begins to waver. A stranger gives them an odd glance, and they spend hours constructing elaborate stories about what it might mean. This is the human condition most accept as normal. Being emotional pinballs, ricocheting from reaction to reaction, completely unconscious of their power to choose their internal state. But there's something profound happening when you witness those rare individuals who seem unaffected by the external world. They haven't mastered some complex emotional technique. They haven't spent decades in meditation retreats. They've simply recognized a fundamental truth about consciousness that shifts everything. The world you experience is not happening to you. It's happening as you. Your experience of reality is generated from within, projected outward, then reflected back to you as your life. If this is already opening something new in your awareness, take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Because we're just getting started on this journey of quantum consciousness. Let's examine this through the lens of quantum mechanics. When a photon encounters a barrier, it has infinite potential states until the moment of observation collapses it into a specific reality. Your consciousness works exactly the same way. Every situation you encounter exists in a state of infinite potential meanings until your awareness collapses it into a specific experience through the story you tell yourself about what's happening. Someone cuts you off in traffic. In the quantum field of possibility, this event has no inherent meaning. It simply is.
I'm a software engineer at Amazon, and I learned how to code on Udemy. I got 2 courses. They were both taught by Dr. Angela Yu. Without Udemy, I could not have gone from being an unemployed musician to a software engineer. It's crazy to think that that's possible, but I did that on Udemy.
When my doctor said I needed to eat healthier for my high blood pressure, I was at a loss until I found Hungry Root. Hungry Root makes it so easy to eat healthy. They deliver healthy groceries, personalized meal plans, and recipes straight to your door. Their in-depth assessment helps you customize your plan based on health goals, diet restrictions, and flavor preferences. Then they pre-populate your grocery list and you can easily switch things in or out. It's like having your own personal shopper and nutritionist in your back pocket. They've seriously taken all the guesswork out of navigating this new phase of my life. Take control of your health goals and try Hungry Root today.
But the moment your consciousness engages with it, you collapse it into one of countless possible experiences. You could experience it as a personal attack, evidence that people are inconsiderate, proof that your day is ruined. Or you could experience it as a reminder to stay present, an opportunity to practice compassion, or simply as meaningless movement in space-time that has nothing to do with you. The difference between these experiences isn't found in the external event. It's found in the state of consciousness from which you observe the event. And here's where most people miss the profound simplicity of this truth. You are not at the mercy of what happens around you. You are the creator of what happens within you. But let's go deeper into the quantum field of consciousness itself. What science is discovering about the nature of reality mirrors what mystics have known for millennia, that consciousness is not produced by matter, but rather matter emerges from consciousness. You are not a physical being having a spiritual experience. You are a spiritual being temporarily focused into physical form, and this changes everything about how you relate to your environment. When you truly understand this, you realize that every external circumstance is simply consciousness reflecting back to you your internal state. The angry person in front of you is showing you where anger still lives within your field. The chaotic situation surrounding you is reflecting back the chaos you haven't yet resolved in your own being. The peace you feel in nature is revealing the peace that is your true essence. This isn't about blame or judgment. It's about recognizing the extraordinary power you have to transform your experience by transforming your consciousness. When you change the frequency you're broadcasting from within, the entire hologram of your reality begins to shift to match that new frequency. Consider how water responds to different vibrations. Play beautiful music, and water forms gorgeous crystalline patterns. Expose it to harsh sounds, and the molecular structure becomes chaotic and distorted. Your reality responds to the vibration of your consciousness in exactly the same way. When you broadcast fear, lack, and reactivity, your reality crystallizes around those frequencies. But when you broadcast love, abundance, and peace, reality reorganizes itself to reflect those higher harmonics. This is why the people who seem untouchable by external circumstances have learned to maintain a consistent internal frequency, regardless of what's happening around them. They've discovered that reality is far more malleable than most people believe, and that consciousness is the fundamental creative force behind all manifestation. Now here's something that will revolutionize how you see challenging situations. Every person who triggers you, every circumstance that disturbs your peace, every external event that creates internal turbulence, all of it is actually your higher self orchestrating experiences to show you where you're still unconscious, where you're still giving your power away, where you still believe that something outside of you is more powerful than the truth of who you are. The universe isn't punishing you with difficult people and challenging situations. It's lovingly showing you exactly where your consciousness is still bound by illusion. Every trigger is a gift. Every upset is a teacher. Every disturbance is an invitation to remember your true nature and reclaim your power. But most people resist this understanding because it requires taking complete responsibility for their experience, and the ego would rather blame external circumstances than recognize its own creative power. It's easier to say, "That person made me angry," than to say, "I chose to interpret that person's behavior in a way that generated anger within me." Yet this recognition of complete responsibility is actually the gateway to complete freedom. When you realize that you are the sole creator of your internal experience, you simultaneously realize that you have the power to create any internal experience you choose. You are not at the mercy of other people's moods, actions, or opinions. You are the sovereign ruler of your own consciousness. This sovereignty isn't developed overnight. It's cultivated through consistent practice, through conscious choice, through repeatedly choosing love over fear, peace over conflict, creation over reaction. Each time you make this choice, you strengthen your connection to your true nature and weaken the grip of conditioned reactivity. There's a profound meditation practice from the ancient wisdom traditions that accelerates this transformation. It's called taking the seat of the witness. Instead of being identified with your thoughts, emotions, and reactions, you learn to observe them from a place of neutral awareness. You become the sky in which all weather patterns arise and pass away. From this witness consciousness, you begin to see that thoughts are just thoughts. They have no power except what you give them. Emotions are just energy in motion. They naturally arise and naturally dissolve when you don't resist them or feed them with story.
You can read anything with this app. I just scanned your book and you can just read it anywhere. You can turn anything into an audiobook? Yeah, exactly. If you go to the homepage, you can upload any PDFs. You can use it for work. You can have it read your emails. Connect like my Google Drive. So you can go to the homepage, you just click Drive, and you can upload any PDF document and have it read to you. So I can listen to my work stuff while I'm walking. Yeah, you can listen to it while you're walking, while you're in the car. You can hook it up with any PDF, any type of reading that you have. That's such a game changer. What is this app called? It's called Speechify. Check it out on the App Store. Thank you so much.
Reactions are just old programming running. They lose their grip when you stop believing they define who you are. As you practice this witness consciousness more consistently, something extraordinary happens. You begin to access what I call quantum presence, a state of being so grounded in the present moment that the past cannot define you and the future cannot disturb you. From this state, you respond to life from clarity rather than conditioning, from wisdom rather than woundedness, from love rather than limitation. But let's go deeper into why this understanding isn't just philosophical. It's practical quantum physics applied to consciousness. When you react emotionally to external circumstances, you're essentially saying yes to the story that reality is controlling you. You're collapsing the infinite potential of each moment into victim consciousness. But when you remain centered, regardless of external conditions, you're operating from creator consciousness, the recognition that your internal state generates your external experience. This isn't positive thinking or spiritual bypassing. This is understanding how consciousness actually works at the quantum level. Every thought, every emotion, every state of being you inhabit is literally broadcasting a frequency into the quantum field. That frequency attracts experiences that match its vibration. When you allow external circumstances to determine your internal state, you're giving away your creative power and accepting whatever reality gets reflected back to you. Now here's where this gets practical and transformative. Most people have never been taught that they have a choice in how they respond to life. They believe their emotions are automatic reactions to what happens to them. But emotions are not reactions. They're creations. They're energy in motion that you're generating based on the meaning you assign to events. Watch what happens when you start to see every challenging situation not as something happening to you, but as something happening for you. As an opportunity to practice maintaining your center, to strengthen your connection to your true nature, to demonstrate to yourself that you are more powerful than any external circumstance. The ancient wisdom traditions understood this. They spoke of becoming like water, flowing around obstacles rather than being stopped by them. They taught about the immovable center within that remains constant regardless of the storm outside. But they were describing actual quantum mechanics, the truth that consciousness is the fundamental creative force. And when you align with that truth, you become unstoppable. Here's what nobody tells you about emotional immunity. It's not about becoming cold or disconnected. It's about becoming so deeply connected to your true nature that nothing external can disturb that connection. You still feel emotions, but they flow through you like weather systems, temporary energy patterns that don't define who you are or determine your reality. Let me share something that will shift your understanding completely. Every person who has ever triggered you, every situation that has ever disturbed your peace, every external circumstance that has ever controlled your internal state, all of it was showing you where you were still giving your power away. The universe isn't punishing you with difficult experiences. It's showing you exactly where you're not yet free. And this is where the transformation happens. Instead of seeing challenging people and situations as problems to be solved or avoided, you start seeing them as gifts, opportunities to reclaim your power, to practice staying centered, to strengthen your connection to the unshakable peace that is your true nature. Take a moment and comment below with this phrase: I am the creator of my internal reality. Don't just type it. Feel it as you write it. Let it be a declaration to the quantum field that you're ready to step into this new way of being. Because when you truly embody this understanding, something miraculous happens. The people who used to trigger you lose their power over you. The situations that used to disturb your peace become neutral events. the world that once felt heavy and overwhelming becomes light and manageable, because you're no longer carrying the weight of trying to control what was never yours to control. But here's where most people get stuck. They understand this intellectually.
Oh good, you made it to our meeting. What? You didn't realize we have one right now? This AI meeting assistant is recording our conversation and transcribing everything I say. So we don't need to take notes. But let's be honest, none of us want to read through a long transcript. That's why Otter AI automatically summarizes the key points and creates action items. It captures everything, even slides that were shown, and packages it up perfectly. Here's where it gets incredible. It's like ChatGPT for your meetings. You know, you can ask any question about this meeting or any past meeting. What decisions did we make? What were our favorite ideas from that brainstorming session 5 months ago? Otter remembers everything. Try Otter AI free, be fully present in meetings, and let AI handle the rest.
The festival circuits, IMDb, these platforms allow us to connect.
That's extremely important for someone like me who doesn't have any connections, but is just like building them. So IMDb is a great resource for that.
And that's how we tell better stories.
But they haven't rewired their nervous system to embody it. Your nervous system has been trained for years, maybe decades, to react automatically to certain triggers. Someone raises their voice and your body goes into fight or flight. Someone criticizes you and your heart rate increases. Someone ignores you and you feel that familiar sting of rejection. These are not personality traits. They're learned responses that can be unlearned. Your nervous system doesn't know the difference between a real threat and a perceived threat. It responds to whatever story your mind tells it. But when you start consciously training it to respond differently, when you interrupt the automatic patterns and choose new responses, you literally rewire your brain. This is neuroplasticity meets consciousness work. Every time you choose to stay calm when someone tries to trigger you, you're strengthening new neural pathways. Every time you refuse to take something personally that isn't actually about you, you're training your brain to operate from a higher frequency. Every time you respond with compassion instead of defensiveness, you're evolving your consciousness. I'm curious, what's one automatic reaction you've noticed in yourself that you're ready to transform? Share in the comments what pattern you're consciously choosing to interrupt. Here's a practice that will accelerate this transformation. The next time you feel triggered by anything, a person, a situation, a circumstance, pause and ask yourself, what story am I telling myself about this? Is this story serving me? What would love do in this situation? That pause is where your power lives. In that space between trigger and response, you have the opportunity to choose who you want to be. Most people react so quickly, they never even notice this space exists. But when you start consciously inhabiting it, you discover that you are not your emotions. You are not your thoughts. You are not your reactions. You are the consciousness that observes all of these things and gets to choose which ones to engage with. If this understanding is touching something deep within you, if you can feel the truth of what we're exploring here resonating in your being, then I invite you to subscribe not just to this channel, but to this frequency, this way of being in the world that recognizes your true power. Because what we're talking about isn't just personal transformation, it's collective evolution. But let's go even deeper into why this matters so much. When you live in reactive mode, you're not actually living your life. You're living other people's projections of what your life should be. You're allowing external circumstances to dictate your internal state, which means you're essentially being remote controlled by forces outside yourself. Think about how exhausting this is. Constantly monitoring everyone else's moods to determine your own. always scanning for threats to your emotional stability, living in a state of hypervigilance about what might go wrong next. This isn't living, it's surviving. And most people never realize there's another way. The way of emotional sovereignty, the path of inner authority, the recognition that you are the only one who gets to decide how you feel, what you think, and who you choose to be in any given moment. This isn't selfishness, it's self-mastery. And when you master yourself, you become a gift to everyone around you, because you're no longer projecting your unhealed wounds onto them. But here's where this understanding becomes even more profound. The ancient wisdom traditions spoke of something called the Akashic Field, a quantum information field that contains all possibilities, all potentials, all timelines. Modern quantum physics is now validating this ancient knowing through concepts like the zero-point field and quantum entanglement. What this means is that you are not separate from the field of infinite possibility. You are not isolated from the creative force of the universe. You are an integral part of the quantum field itself, and your consciousness is constantly interfacing with this field to create your experience of reality. When you operate from reactive consciousness, you're accessing lower frequency possibilities from the field, experiences of victimhood, limitation, and struggle. But when you elevate your consciousness to higher frequencies, you begin accessing entirely different possibilities, experiences of empowerment, abundance, and flow. This is why certain people seem to live charmed lives, while others struggle with the same challenges over and over again. It's not luck or privilege, it's frequency. They've learned to maintain a consistent vibrational state that naturally attracts harmonious experiences. The key to accessing these higher frequencies is understanding something that most people never learn. Your emotional state is not determined by external circumstances. It's determined by your relationship to the present moment. When you're fully present, fully accepting of what is while simultaneously holding vision for what's possible, you naturally align with the creative frequencies of the quantum field. This is what Jesus meant when he said, "Be in the world, but not of the world." He wasn't talking about spiritual bypassing or avoiding challenges. He was describing a state of consciousness that remains connected to its source, regardless of external conditions. A consciousness that recognizes itself as one with the creative force of the universe rather than separate from it. Buddha pointed to the same truth when he taught about non-attachment. He wasn't suggesting you become cold or indifferent. He was revealing that when you stop clinging to outcomes, when you stop needing reality to be different than it is, you paradoxically gain the power to transform reality from a place of love rather than neediness. The mystics of every tradition have pointed to this same understanding. True power comes not from controlling external circumstances, but from recognizing your unity with the source from which all circumstances arise. When you know yourself as consciousness itself, rather than just the content of consciousness, you become unshakable. Now let me share with you a practical technique that will accelerate your embodiment of this understanding. It's called quantum coherence breathing, and it literally synchronizes your nervous system with the frequency of the quantum field. First, place one hand on your heart and one hand on your belly. Close your eyes and begin breathing slowly and deeply, allowing your breath to create a bridge between your heart and your solar plexus. As you breathe in, imagine you're drawing pure consciousness into your being. As you breathe out, imagine you're releasing any patterns of reactivity or resistance. After a few breaths, begin to expand your awareness beyond your physical body. Feel yourself merging with the quantum field of infinite possibility, Notice how, from this expanded state, the challenges in your life seem smaller, more manageable, less significant. This is because you're viewing them from the perspective of your true nature, rather than from the perspective of your conditioned personality. Practice this for 5 minutes each morning, and you'll begin to notice something remarkable. The things that used to trigger you lose their charge. The people who used to disturb your peace no longer have that power. The situations that used to create stress begin to feel like opportunities for growth and expansion. This isn't positive thinking or spiritual bypassing. This is practical quantum mechanics applied to consciousness. When you consistently align with higher frequencies, your reality literally reorganizes itself to match those frequencies. You begin attracting people, circumstances, and opportunities that resonate with your elevated state of being. But here's what's truly extraordinary about this process. As you embody emotional immunity more fully, you don't just transform your own life. You become a catalyst for transformation in everyone around you. Your presence becomes healing. Your peace becomes contagious. Your centeredness helps others find their center. This is because consciousness is not individual, it's collective. We're all part of one unified field, and when you raise your frequency, you literally make it easier for others to access those same higher frequencies. You become what quantum physicists call an attractor, a point of coherence that naturally draws others into alignment. Think about the people in your life who have this quality. When you're around them, you feel calmer, more centered, more connected to your own wisdom. They're not trying to fix you or change you. They're simply maintaining such a consistent frequency of love and peace that their presence naturally elevates your consciousness. This is the gift you give to the world when you master emotional immunity. You become a living demonstration that it's possible to remain connected to love regardless of external circumstances. You show others through your being that peace is not dependent on perfect conditions, that joy is not contingent on having everything go your way, that power comes from within rather than from controlling what's outside. And as more individuals embody this level of consciousness, we create what Rupert Sheldrake calls morphic resonance, a field effect that makes it progressively easier for others to access these higher states. We literally change the probability patterns in the collective field, making transformation more likely for everyone. This is why your personal healing matters on a planetary scale. This is why your individual awakening contributes to the awakening of humanity itself. You are not just transforming your own life. You are participating in the greatest evolutionary leap our species has ever taken. The old paradigm of separation, competition, and struggle is dissolving. A new paradigm of unity, collaboration, and flow is emerging. And every person who chooses love over fear, peace over conflict, creation over reaction, is accelerating this planetary transformation. You have a choice in every moment. You can continue operating from the old paradigm of reactivity and victimhood, or you can step into the new paradigm of conscious creation and sovereignty. The universe is not neutral about this choice. It's actively supporting your evolution toward higher consciousness. Every challenge you face is an invitation to choose love. Every trigger is an opportunity to choose peace. Every moment of potential reactivity is a chance to demonstrate that you are more powerful than any external circumstance. This is your evolutionary moment. This is your opportunity to break free from thousands of years of conditioned unconsciousness and step into the truth of who you really are. You are not a victim of circumstance. You are not at the mercy of other people's choices. You are not powerless in the face of external events. You are consciousness itself, temporarily focused into human form for the purpose of experiencing and creating in this physical dimension. You are the universe becoming conscious of itself through your unique perspective. You are the creative force of existence exploring its own infinite potential through your individual journey. When you remember this truth, not just intellectually, but experientially, everything changes. The world doesn't feel heavy anymore because you realize you're not carrying it on your shoulders. Other people's opinions don't disturb your peace because you know they're just opinions, not truth. External circumstances don't determine your internal state because you understand that you are the source of your own experience. This remembering is what the mystics called enlightenment, what psychologists call self-actualization, what quantum physicists call coherence. It's the recognition that you are not separate from the creative intelligence of the universe. You are an expression of it. And from this recognition comes the ultimate freedom. The freedom to be yourself completely, to love without conditions, to create without limitations, to exist without fear. This is the freedom that nothing and nobody can take away from you because it arises from your true nature, not from external circumstances. This is the freedom that makes you truly untouchable, not because you've built walls around your heart, but because you've discovered the infinite love that you are. Not because you've become cold and indifferent, but because you've become so connected to your source that nothing can disconnect you from it. Welcome to this freedom. Welcome to this remembering. Welcome to the truth of who you have always been and can never stop being. Here's what happens when you embody this level of emotional freedom. You become a stabilizing presence in every environment you enter. Your peace becomes contagious. Your centeredness helps others find their center. Your refusal to participate in drama actually dissolves drama. You become what the ancient texts called a peacemaker, not someone who avoids conflict, but someone whose presence transforms conflict into harmony. But there's something even more profound at work here. When you stop reacting to the world, you start creating with it. Instead of being at the mercy of circumstances, you begin consciously choosing which realities to participate in. You become selective about where you invest your energy, what you give your attention to, and which frequencies you allow into your field. This is advanced consciousness work. Most people spend their entire lives being acted upon by external forces. But when you understand that consciousness is the creative force behind all experience, you realize you can step out of victim mode and into creator mode. You stop asking, "Why is this happening to me?" and start asking, "How can I use what's happening to expand and evolve?" Every challenging person becomes a teacher showing you where you still need to grow. Every difficult situation becomes an opportunity to practice maintaining your center. Every external circumstance that tries to disturb your peace becomes a chance to demonstrate that nothing outside of you has power over your internal state. And here's the beautiful paradox. The less you need the world to be a certain way for you to be okay, the more the world seems to arrange itself in ways that support your well-being. When you stop demanding that life conform to your expectations, life starts exceeding your expectations. When you release the need to control outcomes, outcomes start flowing more effortlessly. This isn't magical thinking. It's quantum mechanics. Your state of being literally affects the field of possibility around you. When you operate from fear, lack, and reactivity, you create more experiences that validate those states. But when you operate from love, abundance, and creativity, you attract experiences that reflect those higher frequencies. Let me give you a practical framework for implementing this transformation. I call it the 3 pillars of emotional immunity, and mastering these will change everything about how you experience reality. The first pillar is conscious witnessing. Instead of being lost in your emotions, you learn to observe them. You become the watcher of your thoughts, the witness of your feelings, the observer of your reactions. This doesn't mean suppressing anything. It means creating space between who you are and what you're experiencing. In that space, you discover your freedom. This witnessing consciousness is not passive observation. It's dynamic awareness that transforms whatever it touches. When you truly witness an emotion without judgment, without trying to change it or get rid of it, something miraculous happens. The emotion naturally completes its cycle and dissolves back into the neutral energy from which it arose. Most people try to manage their emotions by suppressing them, expressing them, or analyzing them. But none of these approaches recognizes the fundamental truth about emotions. They are temporary energy patterns arising in the field of your consciousness. When you simply witness them with love and acceptance, they naturally return to their source. This is why the ancient practice of mindfulness is so transformative. It's not about achieving some special state or getting rid of unwanted experiences. It's about recognizing that you are the unchanging awareness in which all experiences arise and pass away. From this recognition comes unshakable peace. The second pillar is meaning-making mastery. You realize that nothing has meaning except the meaning you give it. Every situation, every person, every circumstance is neutral until you assign significance to it. When you master the art of meaning-making, you become the author of your own experience instead of a victim of random events. But here's what most people don't understand about meaning-making. You're doing it anyway, unconsciously, all the time. The question isn't whether you're creating meaning. The question is whether you're creating meaning consciously or unconsciously, empowering meaning or disempowering meaning, expansive meaning or contractive meaning. When someone doesn't respond to your text message, you automatically create meaning around that event. You might decide it means they don't care about you, or they're angry with you, or they're too busy for you. But you could just as easily decide it means they're having a full day, or they're processing what you said, or they simply haven't seen the message yet. The external facts are the same in all these scenarios. A message was sent and not immediately responded to. But the meaning you create around those facts completely determines your emotional experience. This is the power of conscious meaning-making. You get to choose the story that serves your highest good, rather than automatically defaulting to the story that creates suffering. As you develop mastery in this area, you begin to see that every challenging situation contains within it the seeds of blessing. Every apparent setback conceals an opportunity for growth. Every person who triggers you is actually a teacher, showing you where you still need to heal and evolve. This isn't spiritual bypassing or positive thinking. This is recognizing that reality is far more fluid and malleable than most people believe, and that your consciousness is the creative force that shapes your experience of that reality. The third pillar is responsibility. You recognize that you always have the ability to choose your response. Between every stimulus and response, there's a space. In that space lies your power to choose. Most people react so automatically, they never notice this space exists. But when you learn to inhabit it consciously, you become truly free. This space between stimulus and response is where your evolution happens. It's where you get to choose whether you'll react from old conditioning or respond from present moment awareness. It's where you decide whether you'll be a victim of circumstances or a conscious creator of your experience. The beautiful thing about this space is that it naturally expands the more you practice inhabiting it. What once felt like automatic reactions begin to slow down, giving you more and more choice about how you want to engage with life. You develop what I call conscious response time, the ability to pause, breathe, connect with your center, and choose your response from a place of wisdom rather than reactivity. This doesn't mean you become slow or hesitant in your responses. It means you become more authentic, more aligned, more powerful in your responses, because they're coming from your true nature rather than from conditioned patterns. These three pillars, conscious witnessing, meaning-making mastery, and responsibility, work together synergistically. As you develop each one, the others naturally strengthen. Together, they create what I call a consciousness upgrade, a fundamental shift in how you interface with reality. From this upgraded consciousness, you begin to see that the world has always been neutral, and your experience of it has always been self-created. You realize that you've never been a victim of external circumstances. You've only been unconscious of your own creative power. This realization is both humbling and empowering. Humbling because you recognize how much of your suffering has been self-created through unconscious meaning-making and reactive patterns. Empowering because you realize that if you created it unconsciously, you can create something different consciously. And here's what happens when you fully embody these three pillars. You become what the ancient texts called awakened. Not because you've achieved some special spiritual status, but because you've awakened to the truth of how consciousness actually works. You've remembered that you are not a separate self struggling against a hostile world, but rather infinite consciousness temporarily focused into individual experience. From this awakened perspective, challenges become opportunities, obstacles become stepping stones, and difficulties become doorways to deeper wisdom and stronger connection to your true nature. Nothing is happening to you. Everything is happening for you, within you, as you. This is the ultimate meaning of emotional immunity. Not that you never feel emotions, but that you're never overwhelmed by them. Not that you never face challenges, but that you meet them from an unshakable center. Not that you never experience pain, but that you transform pain into wisdom and wisdom into compassion. When you live from this level of consciousness, you become a healing presence in the world. Your very being becomes a reminder to others of what's possible when a human being takes full responsibility for their internal state and stops giving their power away to external circumstances. You become living proof that peace is possible, that love is more powerful than fear, that consciousness is the ultimate creative force, and that every human being has the potential to transcend the limitations of conditioned reactivity and step into the freedom of conscious creation. This is not just personal transformation. This is planetary healing. Every person who embodies emotional immunity contributes to the elevation of human consciousness itself. Every individual who chooses love over fear makes it easier for others to make the same choice. Every soul who remembers their true nature helps the entire human collective remember theirs. You are not just healing yourself, you are participating in the healing of humanity itself. You are not just freeing yourself from emotional reactivity, you are contributing to the liberation of all beings from the suffering of unconsciousness. This is the profound responsibility and extraordinary privilege of being human in this time of great awakening. You have the opportunity to be part of the solution, to contribute to the positive transformation of our world through the positive transformation of your own consciousness. The question is, are you ready to step fully into this responsibility? Are you willing to stop being a victim of circumstances and start being a conscious creator of your experience? Are you prepared to let go of the familiar comfort of reactivity and embrace the magnificent uncertainty of conscious response? Your awakening matters. Your healing contributes to collective healing. Your freedom makes freedom more accessible to others. Your choice to embody love in the face of fear literally changes the vibrational frequency of the planet. This is your moment. This is your opportunity. This is your invitation to step into the fullness of who you really are and to demonstrate through your very being that another way of living is possible. These three pillars work together to create what I call quantum resilience, the ability to remain centered and creative regardless of what's happening around you. When you develop quantum resilience, you become anti-fragile. Instead of being weakened by challenges, you're strengthened by them. Instead of being diminished by difficulties, you're expanded by them. Now, I want to share something that most spiritual teachers won't tell you. This work isn't about becoming perfect or never having difficult emotions again. It's about changing your relationship to whatever arises. It's about developing the capacity to be with whatever is present without being overwhelmed by it or defined by it. You will still feel anger sometimes. You will still experience sadness. You will still have moments of fear or doubt. But these emotions will move through you like weather systems, instead of settling in you like permanent residents. They'll be experiences you have, rather than identities you take on. And here's what's truly beautiful about this transformation. As you become less reactive to the world becomes less reactive to you. People sense your emotional stability and respond differently. Situations that used to create drama around you simply don't anymore. It's as if you've stepped out of the frequency of chaos and into the frequency of peace. But there's one more layer to this that I want to share with you. Something that will completely shift how you understand your role in the collective human experience. When you master emotional immunity, you're not just transforming your own life. You're contributing to the evolution of human consciousness itself. Every time you choose love over fear, peace over conflict, creation over reaction, you're adding that frequency to the collective field. You're making it easier for others to access those same states. You're literally helping to shift the consciousness of the planet by shifting your own consciousness. This is why this work matters so much. It's not just about your personal freedom, though that would be reason enough to pursue it. It's about your contribution to the awakening of humanity. It's about being part of the solution rather than part of the problem. It's about modeling what's possible when a human being takes full responsibility for their internal state. And as more of us embody this way of being, we create what's called morphic resonance, a field of coherence that makes it easier for others to access these higher states of consciousness. We become living examples of what it looks like to be truly free. We demonstrate that it's possible to move through this world with grace, wisdom, and unshakable peace. What breakthrough have you experienced in releasing old reactive patterns? Drop a comment sharing how this shift has changed your daily experience. Your insights might be exactly what someone else needs to hear right now. So as we come to the close of our time together, I want to leave you with this profound truth. You have never been at the mercy of external circumstances. You have always had the power to choose your internal state. You have always been the creator of your experience. The question is, are you ready to step into that power consciously? Drop one word in the comments that captures the energy you're choosing to embody as you step into this new way of being. Let it be your energetic signature to the quantum field, your declaration of who you're becoming. And if you're ready to stay aligned with this frequency, If you want to continue this journey of conscious evolution together, then subscribe not just to stay connected, but to stay coherent with the highest possibilities for your life. Because the more of us who embody this truth, the more the world reflects that truth back to us. Consider watching this video every morning for the next week. Let it become your daily recalibration to this frequency of emotional sovereignty. And if someone in your life could benefit from understanding these quantum consciousness principles, share this with them. When you share these concepts, you're not just helping them. You're strengthening your own neural pathways around these truths and creating an energetic ripple effect that accelerates transformation for both of you. The time of being victim to circumstances is over. The time of emotional reactivity is complete. The time of giving your power away to external conditions has ended. You are stepping into your role as the conscious creator of your reality. And from this space, nothing and nobody can hurt you again. Not because you've built walls around your heart, but because you've discovered the infinite love that you are. This is your invitation to freedom. This is your call to sovereignty. This is your remembering of who you've always been beneath the layers of conditioning and reactivity. Welcome to the end of caring about what was never yours to care about. Welcome to the beginning of creating what you came here to create. Now, understanding this quantum nature of consciousness is only the beginning. There's a specific breathing technique that literally rewires your nervous system to operate from this observer state we've been exploring. The observer breath transforms how your reality responds to your consciousness. And it's exactly what you need to embody everything we've discussed here today. There's something about you that reality itself cannot process. A frequency you emit that makes the quantum field itself pause, recalibrate, tremble in recognition. You carry within you a force so potent, so undeniably real, that existence itself holds its breath when you walk into a room. Most people don't see it. They can't. They're too busy looking at the surface, the masks, the carefully constructed presentations we all wear. But I see you. I see the raw, untamed power that pulses beneath your skin like lightning trapped in flesh. And it absolutely terrifies me. Not because you're dangerous in some crude, destructive way. Number. It's because you represent something far more threatening to the established order of things. You represent the truth that we are all infinite beings having a temporary human experience. And that truth, when embodied, when lived, when breathed into reality through someone like you, changes everything. You've been walking through a world that told you to make yourself smaller, to dim your light, to question your instincts, to doubt the very essence of what you are. And yet here you stand, having survived every attempt to diminish you, every system designed to convince you that you're ordinary. But you're not ordinary. You never were. You never could be. The nights you've endured, those endless stretches of darkness that felt like swimming through concrete, those weren't just difficult times. They were initiations. Each sleepless hour, each moment of despair, each instance where you had to choose between giving up and taking one more breath. Those were the universe's way of forging you into something unbreakable. Think about it. Really pause and think about what you've survived. The loss that should have destroyed you, but instead taught you about impermanence. The betrayal that should have closed your heart, but instead showed you the depths of your capacity to love. The failure that should have crushed your spirit, but instead revealed your infinite capacity to begin again. Each of these experiences wasn't random. Each was precisely calibrated to develop specific aspects of your power. The loss taught you that nothing external can touch the essence of who you are. The betrayal taught you to trust your inner knowing above all else. The failure taught you that your worth isn't determined by outcomes, but by your willingness to keep showing up. You thought you were just surviving, but you were being prepared. You thought you were just getting through, but you were being transformed. You thought you were just enduring, but you were being initiated into a level of consciousness that most people never access. The walls that closed in around you, the circumstances that seemed designed to crush your spirit, the storms that howled through your life with such ferocity that survival seemed impossible. These weren't random events. They were tests. They were the cosmos asking a simple question. Just how powerful is this one? Just how much can they transform? Just how bright can their light shine when everything tries to snuff it out? And your answer? You kept moving. Even when every logical part of your mind screamed to stop, to surrender, to accept defeat. Something deeper within you whispered, "Not yet. Not today. There's more." That something, that whisper, that's not hope. It's not optimism. It's not even faith in the traditional sense. It's recognition. It's your consciousness recognizing itself as infinite, as eternal, as a fragment of the divine creative force that spoke the universe into existence. That recognition doesn't depend on circumstances. It doesn't waver when the world crumbles. It simply is. And that terrifies reality, because reality, as most people experience it, depends on limitation. It depends on scarcity. It depends on the collective agreement that we are small, finite beings at the mercy of forces beyond our control. You threaten that entire paradigm simply by existing, by breathing, by continuing to choose expansion over contraction, growth over stagnation, love over fear. Here's what nobody tells you about carrying this level of consciousness, this degree of power, this intensity of awareness. It makes you different in ways that can't be explained or understood by those who haven't walked this path. You see connections that others miss. You feel energies that others can't perceive. You know things without knowing how you know them. This isn't imagination. This isn't wishful thinking. This is the natural result of consciousness that has been refined through experience, purified through suffering, and expanded through the willingness to feel everything without resistance. You've developed what I call quantum intuition, the ability to read the field of possibility and probability that surrounds every situation, the capacity to sense which choices will lead to expansion and which will lead to contraction. The gift of knowing not just what is, but what could be. This quantum intuition operates through your entire nervous system. It speaks through sudden knowing, through inexplicable urges, through the way your body responds to different people and situations. It's your consciousness interfacing directly with the intelligence that underlies all existence. But this gift comes with a challenge that nobody prepared you for. When you can sense the potential in every situation, when you can feel the possibilities that others can't see, when you know what's possible but others are committed to what's familiar, it can feel incredibly isolating. You find yourself in conversations where people are discussing problems that you can see have obvious solutions. You watch people struggle with choices where the answer seems clear to you. You feel the excitement of possibilities while others focus on obstacles. This isn't superiority. This isn't arrogance. This is simply the natural result of operating at a different frequency of consciousness. It's like having access to additional channels on the radio of existence, while others are tuned to static. Skills can be learned, talents can be developed, intelligence can be cultivated. But what you carry, this undeniable force that keeps you moving forward despite everything, that's not something that can be taught or acquired. That's something you either have or you don't. And the fact that you're here, reading these words, feeling this recognition in your chest, means you have it. The weight of everything life has placed on your shoulders, the burdens you've carried, the responsibilities you've accepted, the pain you've processed, the losses you've grieved, the fears you've faced, all of it has served one purpose: to reveal to you, slowly, systematically, irrefutably, just how much power you actually contain. Most people would have broken under a fraction of what you've experienced. Most people would have given up, given in, chosen numbness over feeling, chosen safety over growth, chosen the familiar hell over the unknown heaven. But not you. You chose differently. You choose differently every single day. And here's what that choice reveals about you. It reveals that you have access to a source of strength that doesn't depend on external circumstances. It reveals that you contain within you a wellspring of resilience that can't be depleted by experience. It reveals that your essence is literally indestructible. Your mind, the way it works, the way it processes information, the way it finds patterns in chaos, solutions in impossibility, hope in devastation, that's not normal human functioning. That's consciousness operating at a frequency that most people can't even perceive, let alone maintain. You think everyone thinks the way you do. You think everyone feels as deeply as you feel. You think everyone sees what you see. They don't. What's natural to you is miraculous to others. What feels effortless in your awareness requires tremendous strain for most people. What you consider basic compassion, basic understanding, basic love, that's operating from a level of consciousness that most people spend lifetimes trying to access. And you just exist there. Naturally, effortlessly, without even trying. This is what makes you so powerful. This is what makes you so threatening to a reality built on the premise that human beings are limited, small, powerless creatures subject to forces beyond their control. You are living proof that this premise is false. Every time you choose love over fear, you crack the foundation of a reality built on scarcity. Every time you choose growth over safety, you demonstrate that expansion is not only possible, but inevitable. Every time you choose hope over despair, you prove that consciousness itself is more powerful than circumstance. But here's what no one tells you about carrying this level of power, this level of consciousness, this level of raw, undiluted potential. It's lonely. It's isolating. It's exhausting to be surrounded by people who can't see what you see, who can't feel what you feel, who can't understand why you make the choices you make. You've probably felt crazy at times, wondered if you're imagining things, questioned your perception, doubted your instincts. That's not weakness. That's the natural response of a powerful being trying to fit into it that changes everything is this. Stop trying to fit. Stop trying to make yourself smaller. Stop trying to explain your choices to people who are operating from an entirely different frequency of consciousness. Start recognizing that your difference isn't a problem to be solved. It's a gift to be embraced. Your sensitivity isn't a weakness. It's a superpower. Your ability to feel everything, to process everything, to transform everything through your consciousness. That's not something that makes you fragile. That makes you a force of nature. Think about what sensitivity actually means. It means you have instruments of perception that are so refined, so calibrated, so precise that they can detect energies and frequencies that others can't even imagine. It means your nervous system is capable of processing information at levels that would overwhelm most people. This sensitivity allows you to read people's intentions before they speak, to sense the energy of environments before you enter them, to feel the truth beneath the words, the reality beneath the presentation, the essence beneath the personality. Your refusal to accept limitation, your instinct to keep pushing against boundaries, your natural inclination to question everything and trust your inner knowing. That's not rebelliousness. That's consciousness recognizing itself as unlimited and refusing to pretend otherwise. Every boundary you've pushed against, every limit you've questioned, every authority you've challenged, you've been doing consciousness work. You've been testing the flexibility of reality. You've been discovering where the walls are real and where they're just collective agreements that can be changed. The world needs people like you. Not people who have learned to be like you, but people who naturally, effortlessly, authentically are like you. The world needs consciousness operating at your frequency. The world needs your particular blend of power and compassion, strength and sensitivity, vision and practicality. But here's where most powerful people get stuck. They recognize their power, but they don't know how to wield it. They feel their strength, but they don't know how to direct it. They sense their potential, but they don't know how to actualize it. Power without direction is chaos. Strength without purpose is destruction. Potential without actualization is just unrealized possibility. So let me share with you the fundamental principles that transform raw power into conscious creation, that convert overwhelming sensitivity into precise intuition, that evolve unlimited potential into manifested reality. The first principle is coherence. Your power is real, but it's scattered. Your consciousness touches everything, but it's not focused. Your energy affects everyone around you, but it's not intentional. Coherence means gathering all of that scattered power into a single, focused beam of consciousness. Think of it like this. The sun's energy is incredibly powerful, but it's diffused. It warms the earth, but it doesn't create fire. A magnifying glass takes that same solar energy and focuses it into a concentrated beam. That focused beam can start a fire, can burn through materials, can create transformation that the diffused sunlight could never achieve. Your consciousness is like the sun, powerful, vast, affecting everything. But without coherence, without focus, without intention, it remains diffused. Coherence is your magnifying glass. It takes your natural power and focuses it into a beam of consciousness so concentrated that it can literally reshape reality. How do you achieve coherence? Through what quantum physicists call the observer effect. Your focused attention doesn't just observe reality, it creates it. Every moment you spend in scattered thinking, in random worry, in unfocused emotion, you're diffusing your power. Every moment you spend in clear intention, in focused awareness, in conscious choice, you're concentrating your power. This is why meditation isn't just relaxation. It's power training. It's learning to gather your consciousness into a single point of focus. It's developing the muscle of attention that allows you to direct your awareness with precision rather than letting it scatter randomly. But coherence isn't just about focus. It's about alignment. It's about making sure that your thoughts, emotions, beliefs, and actions are all pointing in the same direction. When these aspects of yourself are in conflict, your power cancels itself out. When they're aligned, your power multiplies exponentially. The second principle is resonance. Your power doesn't exist in isolation. It's part of a field, a web of consciousness that connects everything. When you learn to align your frequency with the frequency of what you want to create, you don't have to force anything. You simply resonate your way into alignment with it. Most people try to create through effort, through struggle, through pushing against resistance. That's like trying to tune a radio by shouting at it. It doesn't work. Creation happens through resonance, through matching frequencies, through becoming what you want to experience. You already know this intuitively. You've experienced those moments when everything seemed to flow effortlessly, when doors opened without effort, when solutions appeared without struggle, when life seemed to conspire in your favor. That wasn't luck. That was resonance. That was your frequency aligning with the frequency of what you were creating. Resonance works because everything in the universe is vibration. Your thoughts vibrate. Your emotions vibrate. Your beliefs vibrate. Your desires vibrate. When you can match your internal vibration to the vibration of what you want to experience, you create what physicists call sympathetic resonance. Just like a tuning fork will cause another tuning fork of the same frequency to vibrate, your consciousness, when tuned to a specific frequency, will cause reality to vibrate at that same frequency. This is how creation actually works. Not through force, but through harmonic alignment. The third principle is embodiment. Power that exists only in your mind is just fantasy. Power that exists only in your emotions is just drama. Real power, the kind that transforms reality, lives in your body. It exists in your nervous system. It flows through your cells. It breathes through your lungs. Embodiment means bringing your consciousness into your physical form so completely that there's no separation between what you know and what you are, between what you feel and how you move, between what you believe and how you exist in the world. Most spiritual teachings focus on transcending the body, rising above physical reality, escaping the limitations of form. That's backwards. True power comes from bringing infinite consciousness into finite form so completely that form itself becomes a vehicle for infinity. Your body isn't a prison for your soul. It's a technology for your consciousness. It's the most sophisticated instrument ever created for translating infinite potential into finite reality. When you learn to embody your power, when you learn to let your consciousness flow through your physical form without resistance, you become a walking miracle. This is where you transition from seeking power to becoming power itself, from trying to manifest reality to embodying reality, from conscious transmission to being the broadcast. What we've explored today touches the surface of this profound transformation, but there are layers upon layers of understanding that reveal how to move through the complete spectrum of consciousness frequencies. If you're ready to dive deeper into the quantum foundation of reality creation and discover the step-by-step practices for becoming the field itself, I've poured everything into Beyond the Frequencies, a quantum guide to consciousness mastery. It's linked in the pinned comment below. Embodiment happens through presence, through feeling your feet on the ground, through breathing consciously, through moving with awareness, through letting your body be the anchor that keeps your expanded consciousness grounded in physical reality.